All right, so I think I finally got it, and I think I have to just settle on using the 16 by 9 stuff, um, which kind of sucks because I really like the widescreen. I need to find like a real legit solution, and maybe part of it is using a window or something. I don't know. Here, let's put this on. Let's see what it looks like. All right, I mean that doesn't look bad, but doing this actually changed a lot of stuff here. So let's put this right there. So let's do this and the chat box here. Let's see what Visual Studio looks like, or VS Code rather. And so what is this? The chat box. So let's put the chat box right there. Where's my Discord banner? So it's going to periodically go over here. And then I have my alert box. Alert box can go over here. And I guess I just do I hate that bar overlay thing. I really do hate that. Okay. And then I go to studio mode and I transition and bam, everything should be totally different now. Totally different. There's the chat. And I wonder what my latency is like over here. And there we go. All right, so I have like maybe a 4-second delay. So that's what pointing over here looks like. And that's what pointing over there looks like. All right. Um, okay, so I have that going on. And then I have this thing called like speech chat, I guess, which is supposed to like read me stuff, where it's supposedly supposed to, it does like this multi-chat and then it's supposed to do speech to text. Um, I don't know. Let me see. How does this work? Uh, Stream is healthy. Stream is an excellent state. And then, all right, what am I doing? YouTube. Let's see. Let's see if it actually does it. And does it output it to the stream itself? YouTube. Let's see. Let's see if it actually does it. And does it output it to the stream itself? YouTube. I just let's see.
InfinityFlow.
Let's see if
Said
it actually
test.
does it. And does it output it to the stream itself? Oh, cool. It does actually. So that works. Okay, so that's really good. Aside from the colors being like jarring. And it looks good on the screen, so we're good. All right, let's roll, man. We wasted a lot of time on this here. So what are we doing today? Um, so today, what we are going to do is we did this design in part 5, and in part 5, does this need to be this large? I don't even know. But I guess since this is 1080, this is 16 by 9, this one here. So if I create a projector, scene projector, it'll tell me what it looks like in that aspect ratio. All right, so wow, one of my displays is 2561 by 1440. I wonder how that happened. Yeah, this looks great. Actually, so the screen projector looks awesome. All right, so that's going to tell me exactly what that looks like. I wonder, can I go smaller one? Yeah, I think I can afford to go a little smaller. All right, there we go. So what we did in here, let's open the preview to the side. So what we did is we did a basic domain model of everything here. And let's make this a little bigger. Where is it? Oh. Here we go. Oh, this type of editor cannot be opened in other windows yet. All right, preview, markdown, preview. All right, so we have this little domain model that we did here. Tenant, user, project, workspace, workflow definition, workflow version. All right, so I'll just talk through this. So the tenant owns the project. They can make many projects. Projects are made up of workspaces. Workspaces have workflow definitions. Workflow definitions have workflow versions. You make releases from workflow version, the same way you would create a release from a Git commit from the version, right? And then from a release, you create, from a release, you create one or more deployments um, within environments, and environments can have multiple deployments associated with them, but only one active deployment. So, and then, so the release is where the build happens and everything like that, the compilation of the workflow. And the deployment is where it's actually deployed and running execution. Um, so when a workflow is deployed, the instance of that deployment, so the service, if you will, for that workflow is this. This is the concrete implementation of this workflow version that's running in an environment. And then every time a workflow is invoked, a separate instance of each workflow is a workflow execution. So if I have a workflow that does a credit check on somebody, 5 credit checks are 5 executions, even if they're for the same person, right? Because it's 5 different instances of a workflow definition that's running as a workflow. Now, each workflow execution emits metrics, traces, and logs. So 3 different signals there for observability. And when we go look at the, like in an environment, right, you look at a collection of logs, traces, and metrics in an environment, right? And so each workflow execution emits that, and you could filter these by workflow because there's a relationship there, and you can then segment it again by environment. So that's the high level ERD. So now let's talk about workflow definition. So this is what we're going to focus on. So what we've done in parts 1 through 4, I think it was, is we built a compiler for a prototype compiler for compiling the serverless workflow spec JSON files, compiling them from JSON into a C# implementation that's 100% generated code, and that is using Roslyn APIs. So Roslyn is the .NET compiler platform. We're generating C# code, not by string concatenation, but by building syntax trees. And then we are compiling these. So we didn't build a workflow engine. We're actually using Temporal. You should check it out. It's really awesome. It'll change your world. So we're using Temporal.NET SDK, which was just made generally available, like I think about a month or so ago. And so we're generating temporal workflows in .NET and we're running them. So there's a tech demo number 1, which I apologize for the crappy resolution. I recorded in ultra wide and then downsampled to 1080p, and it looks bad. It looks so bad. I should redo it. Anyway, so that's where we're at, right? So check out that tech demo. You can kind of see what's going on if you squint real well, real hard, and get real close to the monitor, like real close. So, all right, today we're gonna, I have kind of like the first stab I took a few months back at building web services for these workflow definitions. And so one of my plans here is, so my strategy for when I do this stuff, so typically startups will say, oh, build it, get product market fit, and, you're building a minimal viable product and blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't have to answer to investors, right? I don't have investors. I'm investing in myself here. So I don't have any runway problems or anything like that. Like I'm gainfully employed already. So yeah, as they would say on Shark Tank, this is just a hobby at this point, right? Because I'm not full time and I'm yeah, there is no fire under my butt, so to speak. So um, what does that mean? So what that means is I'm taking time to prototype, prove out concepts, but I know from experience, right? I've been doing this like 20 years. I know from experience that certain things must be done right the first time, or else you're totally hosed down the road. Things like that are things are like thinking through your model. Yeah, and things change and things evolve. Software is gardening, right? But the reality of the situation is certain things you have to do right, or at least not cut certain corners, right? And those things mean so having worked on several large scale greenfield development projects, um, the thing that provided the best advantage over projects that have failed or turned into death marches was on day one, you deploy a whole world. Like that's what you try and do. Like that's your day one. You are building a CI pipeline, you are, you know, executing your tests, you're doing your builds, you're packaging up your binaries, you're publishing them, and you're standing up your dev and your test environments and your production environments in a repeatable way, and you're putting those DevOps processes for your CI uh, pipeline into practice, right? That is an enabler. And what I've learned there is if you don't do that, when you onboard new team members, it's a disaster because nobody knows, because of course there's no documentation, right? Um, Nobody knows how to set up the environment. Everybody's environment's totally different. Well, thankfully, dev containers solve a lot of those problems. So on day one, you're already automating the creation of your dev environment. Like you don't have to have like a list of dependencies. They're like literally right here in here, right? And it's defined in here what you need for your environment. It's all done for you, right? Including down to like extensions. And these features. I love dev containers. I should probably do a video on dev containers. I love them. They help me out tremendously. Um, anyway, so like that's your dev environment. It's done, but like that doesn't really translate to what staging in production. So you want dev to be as close to production as you can get it. Well, okay, containers address that. The dev container addresses that there. Um, we build container images for the production environment, and we'll actually probably do the same here, but we really can't because this has dev tooling and all this other stuff that we need. But we have our tests that run in that environment, so it gives us a level of confidence. And we're talking about tooling here. We don't have wacky OS dependencies and stuff like that. Like that's just not the type of stuff we're doing. The industry has largely moved away from a lot of that stuff with modern greenfield server-side applications. Um, Once you get into like desktop stuff and you start like doing interop and all sorts of crazy weird stuff, that is just the nature of certain things because you're sitting on top of, like Windows, for example, you need like the VC runtime, you need all this other stuff. But anyway, server side, you have more control over that stuff. You have one flavor of your distribution in the SaaS and PaaS model versus having to support n number of configurations for desktop users, like individual Snowflake computer users have all sorts of weird stuff. On their machines that interfere with your stuff. Anyway, so set up your CI pipeline, you set up your deployments. So our target deployment environment is Kubernetes, and so as you can see here, we're using Kustomize. So we've got some base stuff, and we're deploying so we're using Argo CD also. So we've got like our Argo CD project that is deployed into our namespace. We're deploying Temporal using the Temporal operator here. We've got object storage courtesy of Minio. We've got a Let's Encrypt issuer for Cert Manager. And then we've got, this is just our customization YAML. We've got our tenant definition for Minio, right? So this is actually configuring our tenant and everything like that and configuring everything else. We've got our Postgres operator CRD here. We've got integration with 1Password. for pulling password secrets from the 1Password vaults. Um, we've got, so system is the name of the service. It's real fancy, right? System. So this is the actual deployment manifest, the Kubernetes deployment manifest for our stuff here. So we're setting up our connection strings, mounting them from secrets or from secret key refs, from the operators that are the operators are generating these secrets. So we're pulling that stuff in here. We are deploying our images um, to GitHub Container Registry. We're pretty well set up here. And so great thing about Kustomize is this concept of overlays where you can set up dev, production, staging, and you override these things. As the name implies, you overlay. That's not a secret. Don't worry. It's just a pointer. Uh, but um, but yeah. So doing this up front before we had a product, before we had anything, it's a tremendous time saver because no longer do you have to worry about can I deploy this? Like it runs on my machine, but like you have no idea if it runs in any of your environments, and you can't work with other people because it only runs on your machine. So um, that to me is like a critical, I guess. I think it acts. I would call it an accelerant, right? Because you can now move fast. Once you can deploy, you can just focus on your business problem. And our business problem right now is making services. So I was able to focus on the compiler and get that done, a prototype in a few days. Um, I was able uh, to build a proof of concept kind of that. I was able to then set up the um, I was able to then set up the service to deploy, right? So we're golden here. Like I can now focus on the service, and I know that once I merge it into the main branch, it's deployable and it will actually start running in development environment in Kubernetes, in dev cluster, and in our staging cluster, and in our production cluster. Like that's done. I don't have to even think about it. So like I can't recommend it any .NET Critter Stack. So this guy, Jeremy D. Miller, let's see, where, I mean, there was like a website for it. So, so Marten, where's the website for Marten? martendb.io. Check it out. So it's a transactional document database and event store that lives on top of Postgres. So it takes advantage of the JSON engine in Postgres, and it it creates a document DB on top of it. Why don't these links work? I don't know. Oh, do I have to disable this? What's happening here? What's happening? Add block plus? I don't know what's happening. That page just like die. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I have no idea what's happening here. I think my browser's just died. Um, anyway, so I see the stream is still working. So there we go. All right. I don't know what happened there. But so it's a document database, and so it allows you to well treat it like it's Mongo, but on Postgres, and you get a bunch of functionality there. Um, and there's more to it, and I'm just kind of 50,000 footing it right now. So the other thing that it does is, so once you have a document database, you have an event store. You can use Marten as an event store. So it's doing it again. I don't know why it's doing it. I don't know. Maybe there's a crypto miner on here, right? Let's see. CPU. It's my extensions. So it's over here. Yeah, weird. Anyway, so event sourcing, right? So it does that all for you, aggregations and creates projections and all sorts of stuff. So there's a lot of value there. So let's see. It's opinionated. It's very, very opinionated. So let's see. I have no idea if I did this right, but I think it worked. So let's see. Which one was it? Was it in Web API? Yeah, this was the one. So, so this is a minimal API app, and there's some stuff that they require. They like built their own stack. Um, I don't understand why dependency injection had to be recreated, but I'll defer to them on that. They probably had some smart people working on this project, so um, I assume that there is a good reason for it. But anyway, so you get a lot here, right? So we set up our database connection stuff, um, and since we're multi-tenant, we're saying all documents are multi-tenanted by default, and that's saying that all the queries and everything are going to be filtered by the tenant ID. And then except for user and for organization, um, those are single tenanted. And right now I'm just keeping everything in the same database. And I'm gonna break this apart later on when we have to. So that's one of those things, right? So modular monoliths are kind of in vogue. Um, and they cut down on the complexity of the microservices, right? And microservices, they have their place. They have, but there's this trade-off of complexity. Um, and at the end of the day, nobody really knows what services are going where. Like there's this great talk by Uber where they famously show this Jaeger trace of like an API call, and it's calling like every single service and even calling the same services from itself like multiple times because other services are calling it through transient dependency type stuff. So anyway, so we're using conjoined tenancy style. So I think that means that it's in the same database versus multiple databases, um, and or at least tables. I don't remember. So we're enabling headers for metadata, event metadata, causation ID and correlation ID. So what action caused this, and the correlation IDs to correlate different things in the system as they traverse across time and space, right? Um, Lightweight sessions, I don't remember what that is off the top of my head. I think it has to do with, if I recall correctly, the the reason why this was started is because RavenDB had some issues. And so that's why they did this whole key value store thing to replace RavenDB. And I think the lightweight sessions like removes a bunch of stuff from the execution path that RavenDB required. Or I don't fully know, but I think they wanted like a compatible API or something like that. So there's also this thing called Wolverine. So let's go to Wolverine. So Jasper effects and Wolverine. So Wolverine is, as they say, next generation .NET command and message bus. So what this will actually do is turn your Postgres database into a message bus and give you a mediator kind of a deal. And it's very opinionated. I'll tell you that. All these are opinionated, but you got to be opinionated with certain things. Um, so why doesn't that work? It's this guy's website too. So maybe it's this ad blocker that's screwing me over. Yeah, it was the ad blocker. Go figure. Go figure. So anyway, um, yeah, so something that maybe it's this docs template thing. Anyway, so what is it, right? Wolverine as general, basic concepts. Yes. Handle them, send them, schedule them, listen for them. So it's all about messaging within your system or between systems. And yeah, so they support like Rabbit, SQS, ASB, and yeah, so it's like inbox outbox pattern type deal, and it's basically where we're at. And it's on top of Postgres right now, which is great because for right now, that's all we kind of need. We don't have billions of messages or millions of messages yet. And eventually, you're going to want to scale more and not have Postgres be a bottleneck for you. So you'll want to use something like Rabbit or Kafka or something like that. Hey, maybe even Nats, who knows? We're not there yet. So, but like those are the types of decisions that I consider lean decisions, right? What can I do now that gets the job done that is not going to be like rocket surgery um, when I have to make the change to scale it out, right? Um, and that's to me the important part is how much throwaway do I have to make? Is spending an extra week on something worth it to save you months of time potentially or multiple weeks of time potentially later on down the road? Because that's what it's going to cost you, right? Like if you're not using a framework like a platform like Wolverine, and you want to switch to Kafka and stuff, like you're going to have to modify your queue stuff, your inbox and outboxes. You'll have to modify, how data flows through your system potentially. There's all sorts of things, right? And that once you start doing that, and if you run fast and like do this whole lean MVP thing, like in the books and like they all say, then you end up in this situation potentially where, yeah, sure, you're fast and you're getting something to market and you're getting feedback, but it's not all about that. And for me, InfinityFlow, it's not about, well, I mean, it is about, ultimately, financial independence and freedom, right? Um, so yeah, it is about that. This is my thing, right? That I want to do. Um, but building this platform also serves as a launching pad for other things. So if it doesn't take off, I've just built a platform that enables me to build other things and not have to worry about infrastructure, not have to build these CI pipelines anymore, right? Like not have to do any of those things ever again. And that's the thing I want to build, right? So that way I can, I don't need $1 million idea. I just need, 100 $10,000 ideas, right? Is that a million? 100 times 1,000. Yeah, 4 plus 3. I think that's right. Or is that 10 million? It's late. I don't know. But yeah, I just need a bunch of small ideas to take off. And if the cost to entry for any of these ideas is really, really low, like making a JSON file, that's pretty great, right? My opinions, I don't know. But anyway, so all right, so Wolverine and outbox pattern. Now they also have this concept. Let's look at some of this code. So that's all set up. And now the great thing here is they, for the events and everything and the API, you can use Fluent validation for this stuff. They generate the open API stuff, and so they generate the open API stuff, and they do all that stuff, give you an endpoint explorer, et cetera, et cetera. So the other great thing that they do is, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Um, I have no idea where it is. So there is a thing that allows you to scan assemblies, and basically you could just drop assemblies in, and they'll just automatically, get picked up. So it's modular, right? So anyway, let's see. So let's go to this, and these are old before I did the domain model. So let's look at this. So I have this class, right? And this class is my aggregate. Those of you familiar with DDD. So this is what the event source aggregate looks like. We've got apply functions and we've got events. So these are events, things that have happened, facts that have happened that are then applied to the instance of the aggregate. You'll see here, so when a workflow name is updated, event happens. So this is a fact, right? This is something that has happened. So when that happens, the input here is new name, right? So what is the new name for this? So when that comes in, the new name comes in. It's already been validated by this point, and we're just assigning this dot name to the new name property of the event, right? Like that's what's happening there, and that's it. That's it. We're just left folding. That's all event sourcing is, right? All it is. Yeah. All right. So we've got records. We've got records. We've got, let's see, where are my notes? All right. Yes, 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 yes. Um, oh yeah, join the Discord, right? All right. So these records here are our commands and our events. So create workflow, workflow created, right? They correspond. So to create a workflow, the workflow ID is passed in, the name of the workflow, the description. So let's see how this looks. Let's move this over here. So name, description. All right. So we don't have a workflow version ID, but let's start with this first. I don't want to go gangbusters just yet. I want to be able to test and validate this architecture, right? Um, and I'm not 100% sure, like, oh, this whole thing about MVP stuff. Yeah, so the other thing is event sourcing, right? So event sourcing is not without, it's not a panacea, it's not without its issues. But what it does allow us to do is, and my mental model is this. Imagine you have a slider. Let's go for some famous MS Paint diagramming here, right? So imagine you have a, let's fill that in. Oops, yeah. So let's do that. So now I like blue. So imagine you've got, wow, they've really made this fancy. What am I doing here? Brushes. Oil, crayon, marker. All right. So imagine you have this timeline. Oh, that's way too thick. All right. So imagine you have this timeline. Right. Imagine you have a timeline, and we're gonna put some text over here. We're gonna say um, past. And let's make that larger, right? Oh, that looks really small. There we go. Oh, I forgot you can zoom in. So past, and you can't go to the future, but what you can do is you can do this. Present. So this is going to be present. So just like a number line would work, right? So you then have, let's do this dark blue, right? Each one of these represents a change along the timeline of the life of the aggregate, the life of the instance of the entity, right? Of the aggregate, the, entity aggregate. All right, let's get some stuff straight, right? What makes an entity is that it has an identifier, right? And I'm simplifying, like I'm distilling, many books on DDD, right? Um, an entity, what makes an entity versus like a value object is that there is identity. And there's an ID, there's a stable identifier for this thing. So a workflow has an ID, right? A person has a national ID number or something like that. And so those are IDs for entities, right? But a value object doesn't have an identity, right? The values of it are its identity. So a great example for that is a a phone number, right? So if you have just a phone number, well, maybe that's a bad. Phone numbers are not unique identifiers, right? Let's put that out there first. But second, um, a phone number is not an entity, at least in the standard sense, right? You could have a phone numbers table and have a phone number ID, making it an entity, but no, it's not. Like the actual value of just a phone number, like a list of colors, those are not entities. You can make them entities like a color ID, but why? The color itself is its identifier, right? If you have a table with a list of colors, red, blue, green, yellow, right? The red is the key. It's the primary key of the table. Like you can't have two rows with the record red because that's its identifier. But if you have a list of swatches, right? And you have a swatch ID where it's multiple colors on this, like a set of colors, a specific set of colors that are ordered, for example. I don't know, I'm not a designer, but I think that's what a swatch is. I don't know if it's ordered, but it doesn't matter for this. You have a swatch ID, but then you have a set of colors and their values, but the grouping of them makes up the entity because you gave it a swatch ID. So an address is another example. Is an address an entity? Could be if you give it an address ID, but it doesn't need it if the values uniquely identify the thing. So that's kind of the distinction there, distilled, highly simplified. Okay, an aggregate. So an aggregate is an entity, right? But what makes an aggregate is that it represents a transactional boundary. So you can have a single aggregate made up of 15 different entities, so 15 different IDs. And what we're saying is when they're grouped together in an aggregate, as in, if you translate this concept into code, you've got a class with a bunch of other properties that are also classes, and they're not value types like a string, integer, or whatever. They're classes. They're complex objects, right? In C sharp, that would be like a reference type versus a value type. That's a good way to look at it. But that's high level because you can also, like I said, you can have an address class that doesn't have a stable identity, but the sum of all the values, like if you think of like get hash code and stuff like that, to test for equality, uh, that would be its identifier, the sum of the values hashed, right? But anyway, the that's kind of the difference there. So what we're saying with the aggregate is that we will, when I say transactional boundary, what we're talking about is we're saying all of those entities that are part of this aggregate are transactionally consistent with each other. So everything that's within this aggregate, you can modify all 15 entities 100 times. And since it's transactional, no one will see those values. Like anybody reading the aggregate will not see a partial state of the aggregate, a partial state of that entity for the aggregate, right? None of those entities will be partial stated. And you can kind of see that here. And this is why I think DDD, and I'm not the only one, but um, DDD and event sourcing go hand in hand in this because they work really well because you can process many of these events and you're changing little things here, and this is a transaction, right? And you can apply multiple events within the same transaction because you're just mutating the same state in memory, and then you're persisting. Well, you're not really persisting anything at this point. Your events are already persistent. It kind of flips the data model on its head, not the data model but the flow of data. But anyway, point is workflow would be a an aggregate here because we are guaranteeing that everything is transactional. Now, here, if we had I missed that. I missed that. I missed that shortcut. I don't know. I got to find where it is again. So if we were to do this, if we were to do uh, workflow version, right? Workflow version. This would be another entity, right? Per our diagram here. And this workflow version would have its own state within it, right? But we're guaranteeing that everything within here is going to be consistent. So when we modify this workflow version, when we modify workflow, we can call this and mutate this. So let's just say that we're doing we're current version. Let's just say we're doing this, right? An event comes into the workflow. We're ingesting this data through here. We're mutating the state of this child entity workflow version here. And then when we're done, it's in its correct state, and that's that. So that was like 50,000 foot view here. Um, and yeah, so let's go back over here. So the way I view event sourcing, and this is why I think that it makes a lot of sense to do the system like this from the beginning. So let's say we create our workflow here. So this is the create, right? And then the create takes in, what does it take in? It takes in name, workflow ID, name, and description. So name and description. So let's say now that it's not one, I don't want one. So name equals Elon and description equals my first workflow. And I spelled it wrong on purpose, right? So that's that. Then so that's the first one. We go, oh crap, we just created a workflow and my description is incorrect. Oh no. So what do we do? What do we do? Well, we issue a command, workflow or update workflow description, which takes a workflow ID and the new description. And so that command is going to happen. It's going to get it's going to get applied to the current state of the entity. And so take that in, and we're going to set the description to the new description, and that's it. That's it. So now that's going to come in here, and I'm going to put this down here. So the state looks like this. My first workflow. Yeah, let's do this again. Oh, it auto-corrected. Hello, Paint. All right. Oh, I said, oh my gosh, I made the same mistake. I made another silly error. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to do it again. And description, my first workflow. There we go. So it's finally correct. So what does this mean? So what does this buy us here? What does this give us? So it gives us versioning of the workflow automatically. And the other thing that it kind of gives us is it tells us user intent. So if I were doing this in traditional SQL database style, where it's one row per record per entity, I would have a row called workflows, and there'd be a column called name and a column called description. And every time I do so this would be my insert, right? And then I would say, oh no, I have my mistake here. So I would call like the update API, and it would do a SQL update, and it would mutate the state of that record, right? It would modify that data, and we would have no record of what it was that there was a mistake. So we've lost data there actually. We've lost the intent of the user. Um, and that's bad, right? Because we don't know the history of this. We don't, you ever like work in some application and you're like working on a team and you're like, yeah, what happened? What happened over here? Why is this calculation in the spreadsheet incorrect? Like, what happened? And then the person who made the spreadsheet is like, well, it was right when I did it. Somebody else must have, modified it. Well, today, you can go to the history in like the Google Sheets and you can see the history, right? Um, well, it's a similar concept to what we're doing here. And of course, like in Excel, you have like track changes, but you have to enable it, right? But so now you can actually say, well, what was the value before? What was the formula? I worked really hard on that set of calculations, and it's all messed up, and I don't know how it happened, and I don't know what's wrong. I have to review this whole thing and figure it all out. So that's a complex example, and the one I have here on the screen is like sort of contrived. But yeah, so what does that actually mean, right? That means that we got here because the user issued a created command, right? This is the first state transition. Then the user saw their error. They issued another command, the update description command, and that modified the description without erasing this data. You can think of it as it inserted a new record into the workflow messaging, the workflow events table, right? Because we're talking about facts, things that happened in the past. And from there, we have the intent, right? We know that this happened because of a create. We know that this happened because of an update description. And then we know that the third event, the third thing that happened, is because the user wanted to change the description again. So create, change description, create workflow, change description, change description. Um, we have that data. We have this extra data there. And also, if you kind of envision this as a slider, let's see if I can actually pull this off. Yes, and let's do orange. Orange is fun. So let's pretend we have a slider. All right. Yeah, it's perfect. All right. So we're here, then we're here, then we're here. So this represents the time machine. Let's call it a time machine. So we're at the present. I probably shouldn't have drawn those lines till I needed them, right? But just pretend there's other state changes here, like changing the current version and stuff like that. Oh, might as well, I guess, do that. So let's actually go a little further. So what we've done is we've done the state here. So this, we're not saying that we've, remember those events, right? They don't have a name property when you update the description, it just has a new description. What this is the actual state of the aggregate. So now let's say we want to create a workflow definition, or I'm sorry, create a workflow version, right? So let's say we save workflow event. We've defined it. We have our serverless JSON, attached there. And oh, let's do that. Let's do save workflow definition or save workflow. Let's just call that, right? So that's the command that we're sending, right? And so we're just going to say equals, and I'm not going to make JSON here, but it's there, right? So we say, oh man, like that's great, but we're gonna enhance it and we're gonna issue an update JSON, update SWF JSON command, right? And let's just put that in there for good measure, right? So we do that. And then, so let's go to our time machine, right? So let's make our time machine again. If only it was this easy, right? Travel backwards in time. All right, so we're in the present. So I think of this as like a slider. So you can then go back to each one of these because you can walk the event history, right? So this is event 1, event 2, event 3, 4, 5, and so on, right? So you're at the present because this is a linked list, right? So you're at the present and you can traverse this timeline backwards and forwards and essentially go back in time. So if you were to say this, so let's do pink. Yeah, pink's a good one. So let's just say this is 5 p.m. Oh, that's hard to see. I'm sorry, folks. So let's just say this is 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. and let's just do 10 and 11 p.m., right? Well, I guess PM doesn't matter here. But now it's 2026, right? We're 2 years in the future, right? So this is all, how do I do this? Do they add more shapes? So let's see if I could do this correctly. Nope. So I'm just going to do this, right? I can never draw these things. It's like the curly brace, but horizontal. So this is 2024, right? All this happened in 2024, and we're now 2 years in the future, and we need to modify this workflow. But we want to understand its history, and we don't, right? We want to understand how it got this way because somebody found a bug, and that bug's been there for 2 years, and nobody understands how it got introduced, just like our spreadsheet, right? So let's build our time machine one more time, and let's do this, right? So we're in the present. Our entity state looks like it did 11 p.m. in 2024. Let's just call these months. November 2024, right? We need to go back. We're going to say, okay, was it broken here? Was it broken here? Was it broken here? Was it broken here? Oh, it was working here. So that means 9, 10, and 11 changes, like these broke it somehow. So now we know that our problem is here. So that's a great way. This is kind of like, I guess you can kind of look at this like a git bisect in a way. Um, but or from what I just went through, right? But what this is doing is you're seeing the state of this aggregate, this entity, as it was at this point in time. So now imagine you have this time machine and it's expanded to cover your entire system. So imagine you have a filter that says, you're basically saying, every entity I read, every data value, every service I call, I want the system to think it's 2024, in November 2024. So your entire system doesn't matter, and this is across aggregates, right? Across transactional boundaries. Because what we're saying is, what was the state of the system at this precise time in November 2024? And we're moving backwards, 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 and everything we query will be as it was at this point in time when this value was existing here. At this point in time, when this change was made, what was the state of the whole system? And you have all of that user intent of why changes happened. And you can go back in time and examine the state of the entire system. And that's really great. That's really great. That's a huge value. So how does that help us? Well, if we didn't use event sourcing, we would have to have like some sort of an audit table, uh, for example. Um, or if we instead of event sourced, where the source of truth are the events, are the events, the source of truth is the events that are persisted that we keep in our database. And then you've got the other alternative, which is kind of like in between, is an event-driven system, which personally I hate. I hate those so much. Um, they're they're like, I'm not quite event sourcing, but sometimes we try to do that, and because we're versioning the events and we're ordering them, and it just so someone I know opened my eyes about choreography versus orchestration. And if you ever worked in an event-driven system, um, you make a change to the record, you update that one row in SQL, and then you publish an event that says this entity state changed, like workflow description updated or whatever, and that event goes off, and you never hear from again. Yeah, you keep it in your event store, in your events table, right? Um, you store it because you'll have to do replays for other services and stuff like that. Same story with event sourcing, and you can build projections from them as well. But the thing is, you don't know who's consuming those events. Same thing, you don't know who's consuming your published events from your event sourcing as well. But you those systems get kind of messy, very complex, because you're not really sure a who's subscribing to these events and what they're doing with them. So you have to really have strict adherence to message contracts. So yeah, same thing with event sourcing, right? You've got to have that adherence too. But I yeah, I hate event driven, right? It's just there's unnecessary sadness that it causes lots of folks, lots of head scratching, and you never have any idea why things are happening without distributed tracing, right? But even then, you just end up with a bunch of lines in a complex system. Um, anyway, so this is why I think event sourcing works for the system, because we need history of this stuff, right? And B, we need history of this stuff, and we want to be able to do things as they were across time and space, right? So if we go back up here, so we've got this project, right? And a project has multiple workflow definitions in them. So what does that actually mean to us here? That means that um, we have multiple workflows in the same project that potentially interact with each other. and they're versioned independently, they're released independently, and they they all need to kind of play nicely together. And you want to be able to roll forward or to roll back and to pin versions and do all sorts of stuff. At the time it was here. So in these microservices world, you end up in this situation where not everybody has adherence to best practices, such as well-defined service interfaces and a event schema registry and a service schema registry. People aren't using packed tests to validate that their service interfaces still work together. Like there's all sorts of stuff in complex systems that these microservices. These are problems that we invented, um, or rather problems we inflicted upon ourselves by using microservices and the complexity that comes with them. Um, Now, I'm not bashing microservices. I was until I lived in a large microservice system. I was an advocate of it. I really thought it made sense, and a lot of people did think it made sense, and still do. And it does make sense because it allows you to have 100 teams working on their own domains, and they're not really dependent on the same CI pipeline like you would be in a monolith. They're not like they're totally isolated, shared nothing infrastructure and their own deployment schedules, and they live on their own. They don't introduce they shouldn't be introducing breaking changes, and everything is forward looking changes that won't break old versions, right? And they have deprecation policies that span months and maybe years, and yeah, it's like it's this happy world when it all works properly, when it's all great, right? But the reality is you're constantly talking to people on these other teams, under trying to figure out why their service broke, even though their service contract remained the same. They changed an implementation detail and it broke your service uh, because suddenly they started returning a different value that didn't break the contract, but it was just unexpected, right? And maybe they had like a nullable field in their service contract that they always populated previously, and their documentation says it was always set, but then suddenly they start sending nulls back for some reason, and that breaks your service. And you're like, why is this happening? The contract didn't change. And then you've got to like page somebody on that team to go figure this out for you. And you're both sitting there at 3 in the morning wondering why there's some outage or degraded service happening. Uh, when you have something that's when you're standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Like the folks at Jasper Effects who make Wolverine and Marten, um, oh, the whole critter stack, I guess, right? When you're standing on their shoulders, you don't have to worry about that. It just becomes like an implementation detail that yes, you need to plan for. Yes, you need to think about, and there is some complexity there. But this is what I want. Like this is what we want, right? These are the benefits that we need. Now you'll notice that um, yeah, so that's what we want, right? And that also gives us that audit trail that we spoke about here. Like we know exactly what happened, why it happened, what caused it, who caused it, and yeah, that's what's happening there, right? All right. So this is our workflow definition, right? Now in here we've got our class, our entity class there, and we've got our commands and our events. And now there's this thing called the workflow endpoints. So this Wolverine get. So don't make the same mistake I did. I thought that this was just a wrapper on the HTTP verbs attribute. I thought because they do code gen under the hood as well for this stuff. They're using source generators. And let's see, I guess I have to compile first, right? .NET restore. Well, that does that. So this is an endpoint. So you hit this /workflows endpoint, and let's put this over here. So what we're doing, so this is injection. So from the route, so this ID parameter comes into here, and then from services, we're injecting the document store. So this is like our database context in a sense. And then of course our cancellation tokens. So what's going on here? What's going on? Um, so we're getting a session from our query, from our store, and then we're gonna call this load. This is a load by ID. And so this is like, you can kind of look at this as almost like a repository in a sense. I guess this is like the CRUD operations and stuff like that. You've got load, load many, that kind of stuff. Um, so that event, notice how, so this is our get. So there's no events involved here. There's nothing here. So this is just read the current state of the entity, and this actually returns a workflow. So this returns the copy of our aggregate, right? Like our entity instance, right? The current state. There's a lot that goes on in between here and here to get us there, but that's what's happening there. Now let's look at a state mutation, right? So this create. So we're saying when you do a post to the workflow's endpoint, we've tagged this as an aggregate handler. And I think this enables automatic transactions. I don't remember. And then let's see. So the command comes in here, and yeah, so the command comes in here and also the current state of the entity. We didn't need that, but we need to have the signature, I think. I don't remember. I do not remember, but yeah, in this create, oh, actually there's nothing to pass in. So I don't remember why this is here, but anyway. So this basically is us saying, let's create a new event stream, right? So this is our timeline. We're creating a blank timeline to store the list of events for this entity. And we're going to actually pass in the, the events, the commands, right? We're going to pass in one or more commands. And you see here, we're populating them from our in message, our in command, and we're creating, we're saying this happened, right? We haven't actually done anything though, right? We're creating a fact. We're capturing the user intent in the command they sent. And then we're just creating this event, passing in the name and description, which is over here. Name, description. We're saying this happened. We created a workflow with these properties. And so that's going to get persisted to the event store. And then we're going to create a response here. So I think this is like the redirect URI. So we're going to go to this, we're going to redirect to the stream ID. So it handles creating the stream ID for us. So we don't have to worry about that. And then we're going to return the stream because I think it has to do something with like the way the whole aggregate handler stuff works. I don't remember because it's been a few months. I don't remember because it's been a few months here since I looked at this, but I think that's what's happening. And then the same thing for the put. So we've got read, we've got create, we've got modify verb, right? So workflow's name, and we're going to update. So if you do a put to workflows slash name, and you actually, I think the ID is part of the command. And I don't know if this is a required thing. Yeah, the ID is part of the command. I don't know if there's a better way to do this, but this is, I think, how I got it to work last time. So let's go ahead and like set some breakpoints here. And then the description, right? So this handles the stuff we did. So this is it. This is all the code to create a new instance of a workflow and to create it, to read it, to update the name, update the description. So let's see, I think I did a little bit more. So here's a workflow definition. So this one's a little more fleshed out. All right, so nothing here should be surprising. So what we're doing here is we're saying that this is the constructor. So this is what's required in order to create it. So this one creates the stream, and we're setting these properties here. And then, so everything is here. So I think we have this, I think we did versioning, right? Let's see. Don't remember. I don't remember. We'll have to figure that out. But anyway, So right here, we've got the applies here for all of that stuff. Now, here we introduce validators. So this is using Fluent validation, so this should look familiar to you. So what we've done is we've made a abstract validator for this type, and we're saying that name, description, definition, spec version, not empty, and spec version is an enum because spec version is an enum, SWF spec version. So these represent the serverless workflow specification versions. Oops. Then, we have the same stuff, created, name, we have the various things. Now we have another validator here. So this is the validator that's going to validate the update workflow definition name. So this is actually validating the command that's coming in. We're saying that the new name cannot be empty. So this is validating the service input. So this is, yeah, this is validating that, right? Then what we've got going on here, another validator for description. It's like the same thing. And then, so Marten actually picks these up, right? It looks for classes that inherit the abstract validator of a type of a workflow that it knows about. So yeah, it's doing a lot for us. We get a lot of value out of that there. So here is another one, right? Spec version. And let's see. So here's more endpoint stuff. So getting workflow, getting the list. So this one gets a list, right? So that, yeah, I did do workflow definitions more fleshed out. So that's the one we're gonna have to be working with. So we're getting a list of all the workflow definitions. We have our get by ID. It takes in the ID from the route and it's like the same. Then we've got a post to workflow definitions. So what is happening here? Oh, this is creating a new one, right? So we're creating a new one and we're starting the stream. So it's exactly like what we had previously, right? So it's exactly what we had. Then we're saying here that the put does an empty response. And I don't remember why this was, but this was needed for some reason. Don't remember. Oh, because we didn't want to return anything, right? In the create, I think that's what it was. So in the create, I guess, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. So we are throwing an exception here, value not changed, right? So part of DDD is using business level exceptions instead of like technical things, because you should be able to show your exception to your user, and at least for domain validation invariants, right? Invariant validation or whatever. So we're saying that we can't change a value that hasn't changed. So if the value is the same, why are we doing any work, right? So reject the command. And if the value is invalid, we're going to see, we could just show this to the user, right? So we're saying the value didn't change. And then same thing for updated, same deal, same deal, same deal, right? So this does all of our CRUD and list operations, and handles all the persistence, handles the API endpoint, and all of that. All right, so I wonder if it still works. I wonder if it still works. Let's see. Let's see, let's see, let's see. How do I set my, I thought I removed that extension. Anyway, so if I'm here, so I think I had my launch JSON already set up. Did I? No, I didn't, but this should be like automatic, right? If I go to my web API project and I go here, do I even have a thing set? So I don't remember if I'm going to take that off the screen because I think I may have a secret in a config file, in my development config file. No, I don't. All right. And did I put Postgres in here? I don't remember. Yes. So there is a container for Postgres. And yeah, I'm using Docker and Docker. And unfortunately, that's in the other, that's in the host Docker, right? So we'll give that a second to start up. All right, so Docker PS. Uh-oh, where is it? Where is it? Uh, yeah, where? I guess it's Docker compose ls. Oh, this is on a different machine. That's on a different machine. Docker PS. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff going on there. So which one is ours, right? Let's look at this project here. Docker compose ls. We are system dev container is the name of our project. So Docker PS. So it's this guy right here. So God, this guy's been running for 3 weeks. All right. Um, yes. So that's our Postgres. So yeah, we can connect to Postgres on, I guess, Postgres, right? All right, so no. 127.0.0.1. What is it? 5432. Empty reply from server. Yeah, so that's our Postgres server. Yeah. Is it actually just empty response? Yeah, it is connecting. So this is it. That's our Postgres. So let's go to our config. So what is our, so it's Postgres, Postgres, Postgres. All right, Postgres, Postgres, Postgres. So let's do this. Let's go to our app settings JSON. Let's make a new one. App settings dot development dot JSON and localhost. And let's just do, that's going to fail because there is no InfinityFlow. So let's, do I have pSQL? Yes. Oh, I could have just used pSQL. pSQL, I don't remember. Oh yeah, let's see if this works. No, I don't want to explain. Uh, Let's see how to use pSQL. How to use pSQL. Oh yeah, I could just do. God, I'm tired. All right, so pSQL H127.0.0.1 U Postgres W yes Postgres, and I always forget. I always forget. So show database like G or L or list tables, descriptions, view. So I guess we want database. Oh, L. Okay. All right. So we've got Postgres and then the two templates. I'm not a Postgres expert, as you can tell. I recently fell in love with Postgres. Okay, so let's do this. Postgres. And let's leave this off for now. So one of the things, oops, one of the things that it also does for us is it manages the schema for us. So in development mode, it'll do the migrations to your database um, schema automatically. So all right, I'm gonna create a launch JSON, and this would be C sharp, and let's add a configuration. Launch a yes, launch a C sharp project. So this is going to be system. Let's just call it web API, and then our thing is web API. We're going to copy relative path to that file. And we're going to have a little bit of fingers crossed, right? Fingers crossed. So we're going to do that. And we're going to set our, I hate that every machine I'm on, like everything is a little bit different. Where is like the thing where it shows, I guess you have to use it once and then it shows up. Okay. All right. I could roll with that. Says I have one viewer. If you're listening, say something in the chat. If you're real. I don't know who my one viewer is. They're on Twitch, I guess. Anyone there? It's probably me. And yeah, it's probably me. So, all right. Unhandled operation. Duplicate endpoint name, put workflow's name found on handler type, workflow endpoints. All right, so let's stop this. And let's go to, so remember it's auto discovering these guys. And so if we go to our CS Proj and we go to the web API CS Proj, I think what I did is I had to add a reference to it. So let's get rid of, so execution is there, but like, where was workflow definition? Oh, it was in library. Library. All right, let's comment those out. Oh, by the way, I just remembered. Inside of here, we add an assembly attribute, Wolverine attributes Wolverine module. And this is that like self-encapsulating deal that's over there. So yeah, that's what's happening. All right, let's try this again. Oh, I hate that. Like, yeah, because in program I have users. Yeah, because I set this up as single tenant, so I have to actually include them here because I don't want to mess with these. So let's just bring back users. And let's try this again. There's like a lot going on there. See, if we look at the startup, found 23 Wolverine HTTP endpoints, found, let's see, found the modules, right? Users, fluent validation, blah, blah, blah. And it's doing more. Yeah, so, all right. So here we go. This is what we just got for free. All that code gave us all these API endpoints. So let's go back to our thing. Where's our PG SQL? So we haven't done anything yet. So what happens when I do a get for the workflow executions? I wonder if this is gonna, is this the part where, is this the part where like it does it? So like, why did it, where's the database? Where's my database? I don't know. So let's try and make one. Let's see what happens here. So workflow definition, hello, and let's just use our enum value. I don't remember what they were. Um, spec version, so 8. So 8. So hello, there, and 8. What is happening? So it created it? Okay, did it just use the default database? Okay, so how do I use a database? How do I select a database? My one viewer, feel free um, to hop in there. P-SQL, use database. Oh, see Postgres. Postgres? No. Uh, show tables. So, oh, D. No. What was it? D. List schemas, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. DP. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna Google it. So P-SQL list tables. DT. So there's no tables. So where is this stuff going? Is this in memory? Did that change? Because I recall it making a database for me. I mean, that's kind of weird, right? That's weird. So if I were to go here and now I do a get, will this work? Not found. Why does this work? Why didn't it hit my breakpoints? Did I have breakpoints? I guess I didn't. Um, do our get list and do our get by ID. Execute. So here's our create with our command, right? The name, description, yeah. So, and then our version, V08, and I mean, it totally did it for us. I mean, but it's, all right. Let's see where I screwed this up then, huh? On exception, concurrency exception, on exception, auto apply transactions, use durable local queues. Add Marten. All right, now we go look at documentation. love it. Oh, all right, there we go. All right, bootstrap connection. Oh, auto create schema option. So I don't have that here. All right, so I guess I forgot to do that. So where does he go? He goes and add Marten. And I love it. I love this theme, the critter theme. Like, why is it weasel? Like, what is weasel? And why? Yeah, it's so weird. So yeah, I guess it is weasel. I guess weasel is their database thing. What is weasel? Now I got a side quest and like figure that out. Anyway, let's try this again. Let's restart. And was it G? I feel like it's like a backslash G or something. No. L. So that's running. So our thing is running. Oh, look at all those threads. Where is it? Where is it? What happened? Let's see. Where's our output? Let's go look at our debug console. And see. Wolverine code generation mode is dynamic, suitable for development. So it's generation at runtime, I guess. I don't know. So I would imagine at the end is where they do this. So that's the listener for the database stuff, content root. So default agents. All right, let's try this. All right, yeah, a bunch of stuff just happened. What do you think's happening? Ah, there we go. Look at all that. Look at all that SQL it just made. Create InfinityFlow, and now you'll see here it creates. So this is for library tenant ID. See, it automatically knows about this tenant stuff. It adds our indexes for us. See, it uses JSON binary to store our data. So each one of these, and then it creates the functions to do the inserts. And so, okay, it does it as it needs it for the first time. All right. So let's go back to what we were trying to do and let's get workflow definitions. So we'll have none there. Here we go. Here's our breakpoints and we should get a bunch of stuff run. Okay, so these are dynamically generated assemblies, modules, whatever. So I didn't see anything come across there when we tried to get the list. Let's see. So where is this InfinityFlow schema that was there? I don't know. Let's the InfinityFlow. Maybe it's like a thing. InfinityFlow. Yeah, nope. InfinityFlow. So, I mean, did that even like execute though? Like, what's happening? This worked. It used to work, I swear. Wait, what the heck is going on here? Major. Uh, how did we install this? Like, why is there such drift? Remember, I said this was supposed to keep us up to date? Where's P-SQL coming from? Postgres client. Oh, okay. Let's see. Maybe it's because it's an old container. But like, it's not 4 versions old. Branch is 6 commits behind feature starter main. So this was forked from there instead of using the template. Features, Postgres client. Version, default value 13. Why wouldn't they default it to latest? I mean, that's like frustrating, right? Um, huh, how does it actually install? So, uh, 15. Okay, let's look at this install script because I don't want to have to rebuild the container. PostgreSQL install. Okay. Oh, I have to like sudo that, right? Here's sudo I. What? So what? Oh, huh. Yeah. Version code name. Bionic. So, all right. Export jammy and let's do this again. Export 15, and then let's just do this. Yeah. All right. Still not there. Still not there. Why? Why is it not there? Back to all right. So let's see. Jumping right in. Startup. Blah blah blah. Config services. So that's over here. Establish connection. Let's see. Oh, that's in Wolverine. What's our connection string? Name that. Yeah. Yeah. So let's change this to debug. And instead of information, so register with add Marten. Isn't that what we're doing here? So add Marten. So this is using the builder. All right, so we're here. Yeah, I wonder. Nope, they do this create schema. Says it executed this. Was it like G or something? Okay, so there is a schema. All right. See, I am not a SQL person, or a Postgres person rather. So list schema is DN. All right. So now what's the difference? Well, let's just go here. In Postgres, what is the difference between a database and a schema? Of course that happened to me. Let's zoom in for our folks at home. Database is a top-level structure for organizing and isolating data. Connecting to a specific database is usually the first step. Schema, on the other hand, exists within a database and is a logical grouping of database objects. So, oh, remember when I said we're going to remove this database? I bet you it defaults to Postgres because that's probably the default for this user, right? And let's see, PG admin. Wrong one. No side quests. I think PG admin came out an update winget upgrade. PG admin. Does anybody see it here? PG admin. Yes, look at that one. Winget upgrade. I wonder what's new in this major release. Update. How long do you think it's going to take? Am I going to regret this? Oh, it's only 181 megs. I wonder if I can hold my breath this long. All right, I tried, folks. I tried my hardest there. Yeah, I tried. I tried. I couldn't last as long as the MSI installer. Uh, hello, welcome viewer, welcome. Um, welcome. Wow, how far behind is my stream? Oh, no, it's there. All right. Yeah. So welcome. For those of you who just popped in, we are using the .NET Critter Stack, specifically Wolverine and Marten. You can check it out at martendb.io. So what we're doing is building an event source service. Hey, Dylan, how are you? Welcome.
Dylan
Oh,
said hello.
that's cool. This chat speech thing just it actually read. Oh, now it just refreshed, right? But it actually read what you were saying, which was kind of cool. Wow, when I switch monitors, it refreshes the page. Thank you, Streamlabs. Love it. Anyway, so I decided to upgrade PG Admin real quick, and I just tried holding my breath for that. Anyway, that's what you missed. We are building an event source service, and this is ultimately the API um, for InfinityFlow. Awesome, that's great. Um,
Dylan
so InfinityFlow is
said I'm
the
nice,
startup I'm
you,
working on,
trying to learn new
and
stuff.
it's
Smiley face.
the idea here is well, it's not yet another visual workflow design tool. And what I've chosen to do is use the serverless workflow specification. I think it's serverlessworkflows.io, I think, is the website for that. So it's basically JSON that describes a workflow. And then what I'm doing is I wrote a compiler to, you can check it out in the early tech demo. There's a playlist for that in my channel. Yeah, so we're using their .NET SDK and we're generating the code to execute workflows, which is awesome, right? Um, all right, so all right, so is PG admin done? Yeah, it's done. I still saw it said V7. Did that like complete though? Yeah, it's successfully installed. All right. Um, so what did I just upgrade here? PG admin 8.2 is available. What is this? But they still call it PG admin 4. 7.8. I don't understand this. Like this is literally the one I just updated, right? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's all it's getting out of me. Told you, side quest never ends well for anybody. Um, yeah, so you see, 8.2. I don't know, maybe it was like a step upgrade. Who knows? Anyway, register server. So we're going to use 127.0.0.1 and we're just going to leave it there. We're going to connect now. Our connection, of course. And yes, maintenance database. So, and then Postgres. Let's save that because I don't want to think about that anymore ever. And let's just hope. Wait a second. So he's exposed here on 5432. Of course he is. Of course he's only exposed on that network. So what we're going to have to do here is we're going to go to ports in VS Code, and we're actually going to have to add an entry for Postgres. So we're actually going to do it in our dev container JSON first. We're going to forward ports, and oh yeah. So VS Code will automatically forward ports for us. But then we can do is we do port attributes, and we're going to say that 5432, and we're going to label this as Postgres. And so what we're going to do with it, if you don't rebuild, it doesn't do it. So we just forwarded that port, and now we should be able to connect. See that? There we go. So we go to databases and InfinityFlow. You see, that's where it put it. That's where it made it because I didn't specify that at all. So it makes a schema and our default database for our user is Postgres. That explains that. So we're going to go ahead and delete this guy. We're going to stop our execution of our app, and we're going to actually just go create a database in InfinityFlow, and yeah, so that works. So we're going to go back over to our app settings, development JSON. Hey Dylan, is it easy to read? Do you need me to zoom in more? I get some feedback on that. Is it better like this? Maybe there's lag. Da, da, da. All right, so that's running, and so it started us up over here. So I'm just going to reuse this other browser window here that we got because it doesn't matter. And let's see, did it actually do it yet? So if I were to go to refresh, there's InfinityFlow, Infinity. So it did it on startup. Cool. So if we then go to tables, so Wolverine is that message bus mediator service. So it created all that stuff. So there's our dead letter queue, our control queue, and some other stuff, right? There's an inbox and outbox, and these are the non-multi-tenant stuff that we created. So these won't have a tenant ID column because they belong to the system, right? And yeah, they belong to the system. But part of me thinks that per our diagram here, where's in our README, in our docs folder, README, preview design. So in our docs folder, README, we have tenant, we have user, and there used to be organization here. We commented it out, user, tenant, organization, team. So part of me feels that the system itself should also have its own users and tenants because I want to use InfinityFlow to build InfinityFlow. But I'm not sure what exactly that looks like, so I'm not even messing with that right now. So here's what we're building. We're right here on this block here, and we're going to do our workflow definitions first. All right, so let's go back to Swagger UI, and let's see, this guy should trigger the creation here. Yep, no, maybe so. Refresh. Workflow definition. So you'll see it added this, and it didn't put the columns in there. Well, it did because, well, ID, tenant ID, and then data. So we'll look at what this looks like in a second here. So we're actually gonna select. Oh, I guess Dylan left. Bye, Dylan. Scripts, select. So we're gonna go over here, and this guy is empty, and we're gonna put this over. Come on. All right, so we're gonna go over here and we're gonna create a workflow definition with our post API. And we're gonna say, we're gonna use the example from our time machine. Right, remember our time machine? Elon and my first workflow. My first workflow, we're gonna set it to 8 for our version. And for our definition, we should get a validation error, I hope, maybe. Definition must not be empty. Look at that. Yes. So I'm going to just put bad. And so our validation works. That's actually pretty cool, right? So we just got, here's our response, or that's what we did. And did it create it? No. Why? Definition must not be empty. Definition must not be empty. Oh, it's still going. Oh, we have our breakpoints. Oh, 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 oh. Yes, let's clear our breakpoints. Yeah, let's see. So did it work? Yeah, we got this response here. Workflow definitions. So it gave us this. So what does that mean though? So if we run execute, why does it keep going here? Workflow definitions. If I get what happens. All right, so let's see where we went wrong. Let's look at our debug console. Ah ha ha, we don't have tenant IDs. Yeah, that's the deal. So we do not have tenant IDs. So let's actually go ahead and create a tenant. And you cannot, because I did not. Users, user endpoint. So we have user and organization, but how do you create the tenants? How did this work before? So here's our values, right? So we went and said we did the insert. Persisted 0. So why is this failing? Because the tenant is the default tenant, but that should be okay, right? Right. Let's clear this. No layups around here, folks. No layups. Everything is a half court. Right. So this is succeeding. I feel like it shouldn't be, but why? So let's look at our incoming envelopes. Scripts select. So where was this saying to go? InfinityFlow empty streams. Empty streams. So refresh. Empty streams. That's funny. It sounds like I'm saying empty, and that's what we got. We got a bunch of empty streams, maybe? Oh, here we go. So here's our streams. All right, so these are the workflow definitions we made. So these are the ones we made under the default tenant. And so these represent the entity IDs. So then our events, this is our event store, right? So our events should be in here. So here's our events. So it did write them, right? But what's happening, right? So it did write them. And then let's look at the workflow definitions. So we have them. Let's copy one of these IDs here, one of the stream IDs that we got back, and let's do a get. So I think it's because I don't have snapshots enabled, and a snapshot is persisting the current state of the entity, and not found. That's not good. Yeah, so it is supposed to be there. Is it because there's a behavior change? Like, how did this even work before? So not found, but we're creating them. So is it because it's looking for snapshots? I think maybe that's what I was doing when I last left off with this. So let's go back to the docs. So we've got this guy. We're creating our schema. Curious now, what are the options here? Create or update. So create or update. All right, so let's leave that here. Scope lifetime, I document store query session. So one of the things I was working on, if I recall, was um, creating like automatic snapshots. So this is supposed to do that, I guess. Projection. All right, so I think that's what we have to do. So let's look over here and let's look at our get. And I'm wondering, no, I'm wondering if we have to do, so that's where you specify your tenant ID. If you don't set it, it goes to default. And then in our read, in our individual read, so when we query, all right, so no. When we load this guy in here, cancellation token, the ID, more IDs. All right, so let's see. So we've got, we're bootstrapping, we've got that. Use optimize RF for Marten greater than V5. I don't know what that is. What is this? Okay. Composite configuration, register document type. So, all right. Is that because, so we did, so this sets the defaults, right? And then add user module. Do I don't know what that is. We're going to see, oh, because they have, I guess, user and hello, welcome to the stream. Feel free to say hi. Um, all right, so we are looking now for why this is happening. So lightweight sessions. Ah, here we go. Chained helper to replace the built-in session factory. So what was this? Most users of Marten should default to the lightweight messaging for better performance. Yes, that's what we did. And session creation. Let's see, customizing session creation. No. So this is about sessions and eager initialization. Working with multiple databases. So let's go configuring document storage. Let's see. Store options is the root of all the configuration, major parts. All right, so document policy configures a mapping. All right, so what we're looking for is, so we have the events. Why are they not getting applied? Let's see, let's debug. All right, let's go back to our workflow definition. And I'm gonna set a breakpoint in here. I mean, that's not super helpful, but retry, pre-building, development versus production use. Multi-tenancy with database per tenant. Environment checks. What is an environment check? A couple of options for adding environment checks so that I can assert whether Marten databases are in the correct state. No, to add environment check, actual matches the, okay, so no, it's not what we're looking for. So document database. So we're storing documents. So like that happens. Let's look at the event store. Quick start. Where is, I remember this example. So where is the configuration, right? Aggregate stream. This was like kind of confusing if I remember correctly. So we do have the events. All right. Empty streams is metadata about each event stream. Progression is durable record about the progress of each async projection. So when we replay events, we are making a projection. That's the shape of the entity in the view that we want it to be. So event progression, I think, was empty. This events, empty streams. We don't need that. Let's leave that there. Let's remove this, this, and this. Let's give us some more real estate here. Don't need that. Oh, you can't hide that. And you don't need that. All right, so empty streams, progression. So database tables, empty events. These are our events. We saw that already. Yes. This is populated. This is populated. So all that is populated. Append events. Oh, functions. All right. All right. Event metadata and code. So I wonder why. So we have ID. We have version. So event properties version. Let's go look. Maybe I screwed that up here because I remember like I was trying to add versioning. Maybe I have a branch here. No. So that's the version. And you know what? Let's make that a long. Right? Why not, right? Long. And so this is the sequence number. So this tells us um, the order of events. So I think that's actually all available in metadata. I don't know if we actually need it there. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, I don't think we need that actually. All right, pending events. Events are captured and appended to logical streams that we saw our events there. Empty events and empty streams. Yep. Starting a new stream. So we have our start stream. So that's what we've done, our session. And the saving is automatic for us. Pending events. So this is all automatic when we return it in the handler. All right, so live aggregation. So I think this is what we want. So all the events are going to be replayed, and when they're replayed, they're going to apply the state with that left fold operation. All right, aggregate stream async. So this is what their entity looks like. Invoice ID. Why does ours? Yeah, ours is there. All right, so aggregate stream async. So let's see, what do we have here? So this is for live aggregations, right? But this used to work. I don't understand. Why is there a regression? So load async. I think we need to enable automatic projections. Yeah, time traveling. Look at that. Point in time. aggregating events into an existing state. All right, let's see, what is event projection? So subclassing event projection and efficiently write projections so you can control this yourself. Wasn't there like a way? Projections in IOC. Warning, this functionality will only work with projection types that directly implement iProjection interface, so no usage of event projection or base classes can still be done with custom aggregation as your base class. What version of Marten are we in? Let's see. Oh, we're using central versioning. We are in 6.4.1. All right. Scenarios, aggregates, events, and repositories using sequences, command handler. All right, so to model, capture, and replay the state of an object through events, some infrastructures established to dispatch. This is demonstrated aggregate base, serves as basis for objects whose state is to be modeled. All right. All right. Present the details of an invoice. So I think I fear this is where we may have to go, but I was under the impression that this stuff was all automatic for us. Like I was pretty sure that this was automatic. And if you're calling apply here, why wouldn't you just do the increment version up here? I don't know why, because it seems like you would forget this, right? On every apply method. Why not just put it here, right? Why not just put it here? But where is, oh, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so then they go here. This is so vastly different than what I had. See our quick stop. All right, so here's our class. Ah, okay. This is why. I'm pretty sure this is why. All right, so yeah. So we have to like, is there a way to, yeah, okay, let's just do this. Projections. What is an application project? I don't know. dot snapshot. Okay. Interesting. So that's for the document store. Yeah, let's see. So I want to search for snapshot in here. They have a lot of documentation. Live object. All right, let's see if we can, let's just look at the code, right? Document mapping expression. So does that mean that I have to do, pretty sure this was automatic. Like, I don't understand. Let's see, is there, oops, is there examples? Samples. Minimal API. Program CS. So they're registering that document type user. I thought that was supposed to be, I thought that was supposed to be, so we do have some things missing from here, actually. While we're in here, right? Um, let's see, so this was updated to do this. So let's go line by line. So add controllers. All right, so we're gonna add controllers. Okay, this is actually important. All right, so let's put these all in the same place. Let's add these services up first, and we're gonna add controllers, and we're going to then builder.build. What did we screw up here? What did I screw up? Oh, I didn't screw up anything. All right, so our builder.build, where's our development stuff? So this is our auto create. So yes, let's go ahead and do this as well. That's probably a pretty good idea. And then use authorization, map controllers. All right, so projections.add, right? So we were close. Ops.project, come on, what? Add oh, we're in use Wolverine, right? projections. Where could it possibly be? There's a snapshot. I mean, why didn't I see this before? I mean, so how is this done modularly? If we have to, I guess we did add a reference, right? Using InfinityFlow library, but it should be modular, right? Does not contain. Let's see. Marten events projection using Marten. Why is this guy hating me? All right, I broke something here. I mean, ops. I mean, it's clearly there. Snapshot's not there. But like I saw it in this list, right? Didn't you? Snapshot. Snapshot of T. Okay, so I guess, yeah, workflow definition. It was the wrong signature. And so I think, oh, snapshot lifecycle. What does our method take? Async configuration, single stream. So snapshot lifecycle inline. So with async, I think you need the daemon to run. And then what is the second parameter? Async options. No, you don't need that. What is it trying to do here? Life cycle and then the configure projections. What is that? All right, let's just leave it like that for now. Now, I'm guessing this is going to work. Let's see. Should return the entity. Not found. Let's create one. Let's see. So we did get another one there. Here, yeah, there's our snapshot. All right. So it does inline projections. So for the others, they would have to be rebuilt. So if I now get this one and I hit execute, oh, here, that's the one. Triggered. There we go. Look at that. Let's see, how do we rebuild projections so we can get the other ones there? Rebuild projections. Let's try this. We're just gonna fire and forget this guy. And what is the testing for? Why is that in a thing? Do I need like another assembly? So flat table projections. Oh, cool. This will make like a table for us. Like just a regular SQL table kind of deal. Cool. Very cool. All right, rebuilding projections. So asynchronous projections. Jeremy's block offline event processing with the new async daemon. Rewritten in V4. Register projections that should run asynchronously. Set the store options async mode to solo or hot cold. More on what these options mean later in the page. So starting here, it's opt-in and requires the chain to add async data. Daemon. All right, so that's what we got to do for our Marten ops, right? So that's going to happen here. And daemon mode. So what does solo mean? Do we know? Likewise, configure it to run in hot cold mode. Whoa. All right, so solo mode, and then turn on the async daemon in hot cold mode with the built-in leader election. What does that mean? Marten has leader election. It's done with Postgres advisory locks, so there's no additional software infrastructure needed other than Postgres and Marten. Dude, Postgres does everything. It's like the SQL etcd. Well, no, everybody builds stuff on top of etcd, and you have watches and stuff like that. But still, I don't know. If you hear this, post a comment. If you know the answer, I don't know. I haven't worked with etcd directly, only from an operational perspective. So are the locks part of etcd, or are they built on top of the strong consistency of etcd? Answer in the comments, please. All right, solo. Daemon will be automatically started when the application is bootstrapped, and all projection shards will be started on that node. Assumption with solo is that there's never more than one running system node for your application. Okay. Oh, interesting. I wonder why you have to specify that. Regardless of how things are configured, the daemon is designed to detect when multiple running processes are updating the same projection shard and will shut down the. So like it knows when there's more than one, but can't figure out. Again, I don't know what the answer is here. Logging, error handling. All right. Uh, diagnostics. All right. So if we're using Martin's command line support, I think that's the Oakton thing. Yeah, that's the Oakton. I don't know what Oakton is, but let's see. What is it? What is it? Oakton College. Wow, it's number 2. All right. I'll have to ask him. So if we do solo mode, and then let's stop this for a second. And so src, hosting web API .NET run. Oh, .NET run, pass the args, and then help. Start daemon. Oh yeah, we don't need this. So I guess what this means is we get the ability, we get all these CLI tools. And I guess this is also how you generate stuff for the different modes. Name agent. Oh yeah, I don't need this either. Um, there's projections. All right. Uh, what? What is going on here? All right. So run, start and run, .NET run, run. No idea what's happening here. Is this red? Okay, so there's probably a problem here. Um, yeah, I don't think this is correct. Oh, maybe you don't do dash dash. You're just doing help. Yeah, way to break standards. Yeah, so help projections, or is it projections help? What do we know? Projections help. Well, I guess help is it's a verb, right? So will this rebuild projections named help? Choose the projections. Oh, this is actually cool. I mean, I don't know about this interface. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe this is like a debug thing, right? I don't know. They wrote their own command line parser. So maybe that's the graph. See projections interactive. No asynchronous projection. Oh, because it's inline. All right. So if we're in solo mode, we actually just do async. All right, I'm coming around to this. I mean, the docs have the information, but it's just such a hard format, I think. I mean, this is actually cool. This is like an end curses thing. I don't know. So do I use my mouse? Oh, so it's actually running right now. So Marten projections. So we should be able to, there's not that many of them, right? So here's all the ones that it made, right? All 11 of them. These are the logs. So it did all these. And we should have this. So this is our progression. So this talks about where it is in creating the projection. So it's done. So all of these are version 1. So I don't understand. How is this interactive? I don't understand. Press Control C to quit. Uh, oh, so let's change our log level, right? Maybe that's why they have that there to override. So log level error, but it said it was doing it, right? Log level. So interactive. Oh, L is there. So this is actually what? So there's L for list and L for log. How does that happen? You can't use them both. I don't know, man. log level. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so this is just Martin projections. So I'm wondering if this tooling, did it actually run the stuff again? Like, did it start the host? Yeah, I guess it did, right? Maybe. No, it didn't. Interesting. So if we do, all right, so now that it's going to run, we should see projections get updated asynchronously. All right, so let's get a list of workflows, try it out. So we should have a list. Where is it? Here's our list. All right, here's our list. So let's take this one. Let's take this guy and let's get an individual one. So we're going to get him, and he's right there. Then we're going to change the description. And then I am new. So it's done 204. So response header. And then if we go to get, I am new. And if we go over here, we'll see our event source. So our event stream rather. So this is the event we applied to the projections. So here's our streams. We should have 11 there because that's the streams we have. Here's our snapshots. So you'll see our snapshot is right here. Okay, cool, very cool. And so that's our snapshot. And then what else we got? We have work empty events, empty streams, doc workflow, and we saw progression. And do we have any? We shouldn't have any dead letters. So, I mean, I guess that's pretty cool. All right, I got this. Cool. All right, I could do this. Let's see what else they did in this sample here. Minimal API. That's it. That was literally their sample. Wait, did I miss something? Am I missing something? Where is user though? Oh, that's probably this. That's probably why. All right, let's see. Samples. Help desk. CQRS and event sourcing. Cutting the number of layers. Oh, good. This was updated. The last time I looked at this, like it was like old. Event-driven projections explained. Yeah. So this is the one that I saw. It's a clone of the original sample. So years ago, this was like that. And slim your aggregates with event sourcing, and let's see, event-driven projections with Marten. Um, all right, so they use that aggregate base like we saw in that other example. So here's the base class, ID, version, Q, DQ, NQ. Uh, all right, a bunch of stuff. And so what's the end result here? Oh, this is not a, interesting. So there's so many ways to slice and dice this, man. So here they're using the minimal ASP.NET APIs, which is not what gives you all that awesome goodness that you get with like the automatic everything. So event-driven projections explained. So good. This is about a year old, so it's not that old, right? So this is the flow. Incident logged, categorized, prioritized, responded, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Our code, the events look like this. So resolution acknowledged by customer, incident close. How to model MR using single stream aggregations. Marten will take the stream ID, try to match with the read model ID and perform an upsert. You just need to provide logic for applying the event on the read model. So here's the single stream projection. So this is how you make those projections. But I hate how your logic is now in what am I missing here? No, this is different. This is how they make the projection. So we don't actually have a note count. We have, where's notes? All right, so they're taking the categorized event and prioritize, and they're doing upserts. So the single stream projection is doing upserts, I guess. So you see there's applies from different events, and they're working with this incident short info. So this is the model. This is their projection model, and that's what they're doing. So that's how you count stuff, right? With projections. Details projection can look as followed. You know what? Let's make a projection. Let's make a simple projection here. So we're going to take this and we're going to make a projection. We're going to take this and we're going to go over here and we're going to go to projections. And I want to have a projection that counts the number of workflows that you have. right? Because there isn't like the concept of event sourcing is like your data store is abstract. In SQL, you could just do a select count, right? But like that's not helpful because what if you have such a large data set? What if you have like a million streams, right? So if you count incrementally and leverage properties of like addition, you can do this. Let's see. So workflow definition, statistics. Let's just do counts. All right. So let's do public record workflow definition count. So that's our workflow ID. And this is going to be, how do you do this with tenants? It's probably outside the scope here. So we want event projections. So where is this single stream projection? Stream aggregations. You can use this method, conventions for stream aggregations, which means we just mean to be an aggregate document type that has implemented its own apply or should delete methods to mutate itself. Using that concept, let's take the trip projection we have been using and apply it to the trip type. Right, okay. Here's an example of various ways of doing the stream aggregation. So you can run it as inline. So this is their trip. And do a live aggregation of the trip stream. So what did they call their trip projection? Yeah, okay, so this is a convention. That's what I was doing. All right, so this would be set automatically by Marten if used as the target of a single stream aggregation. Not exactly sure what that means. All right, anyway, so let's do this. So we'll do create, and all we care about is a create. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna just split this to the right. Excuse me. Oops. All right. All right. So workflow definition count. So ID, and this is going to be workflow definition ID. A lot of Marten is convention, which is actually kind of cool. Workflow count. So let's just call that count, right? And let's make it long, because why not, right? Because we can. All right, so let's see what this does. So single stream projection, and this is going to be here, and this is going to be here, and then, so what does create do? Use the previous examples showed and create, should delete, and apply methods that accepted the specific event type as the first argument. Wait, we don't need the ID, right? What did they do in here? Oh, all right. So the first parameter is ID, so incident ID. So we don't actually need that, right? I see what they did here. So we're doing an aggregation of everything for a user. So this is going to be tenant ID, string tenant ID, and we don't need a work, we just need this, right? So when we get incident logged, we're gonna handle that event, I guess. And so our workflow definition created. So we're gonna take this guy and we're gonna say, one. Is that it? What does the actual create do? Is that for this base class? Oh, that's just a convention. So that creates it, but we want to plus it up, right? So apply. I wonder what happens if we just apply. And oh, now you decide to work? Oh, I thought that was all right. So what do we do here? We do current. What is current? Current. Sure. I mean, I guess you're supposed to just do this, right? I think you need both, right? I think you need this and this. So this is when workflow definition is created. That's what we do here. And I have no idea. Where's created? Workflow definition created. So we're going to apply. So this is the event. So created and no customer ID. So this is tenant ID. We have to put that metadata in. Tenant ID. And then we have to add tenant ID here. So we're going to add, see if it picks it up. Let's just try it, right? Let's try it. All right, let's just try that. I mean, how would you get the tenant ID in? Maybe there's like a scope context thing. Let's see. Tenant ID. View projection with custom slicer. So what's a multi-stream projection? Let's see what this is. Oh, yeah, I guess we want a multi-stream projection. Yeah, that makes sense. Single stream is updating a single stream that you're subscribed to, and then So user event license created, license feature toggled, license feature toggle off. There's our class. There's our thing. And I think they're getting at the same thing we're doing here, right? So counting and the simple event to single cross-stream projection. Here's an example, creating an aggregated view by user ID. Yeah, yeah, this is what we're trying to do here. Oopsie. Yeah, so let's just do this. And our event that we care about is this right here. And we're going to do public class. And the event we care about is here. All right. This is just specifying the aggregate document ID per event type. This assumes that each event applies to only one aggregated view document. All right, I'm not sure exactly. So let's see what this guy's talking about. Justify specifying the aggregates document ID per event type. This assumes that each event applies to only one aggregated view document. Each event applies to only one aggregated view document. No. Let's read. And the thing is only existing in the one place, right? All right. For simple event to aggregate groupings, you can use the method to assign an incoming event to a single aggregate by the aggregate ID. Do note that this method works with common base classes or common interfaces, so you don't have to specify this for every single event type. Identities method assign incoming to multiple aggregates. Assign an incoming event to multiple aggregates. I don't think that's what we need. Grouping rules that fall outside the simpler identity or identities method supply custom aggregate grouper. Completely additive. What does that mean? Let's see what this does. Oh, here's the rest of the code. I didn't even notice that. Multi-stream projections, simple with one to many. So we're saying this is by user, and then they're linking this to multiple user IDs. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. So one-off configuration contexts. So this is tying all of these to a group. Okay. Let's check this out. So I think that's what this does, right? So there's only one way to find out. So each event applies to only one, no, but we have multiple. So this is going to be created. Interesting. Let's see our event. So our event doesn't contain the ID because ID is not part of the model, I guess. This should just be tenant ID. Am I in the right place here? So what is user registered? I don't understand. Like you know what? Let's see if they have an example of what we're trying to do. Yeah, no. So yeah, no. So we don't have tenant ID in our model here. Let's see what they say about it. These docs have obviously changed a lot. All right, so tenancy style, that's all it takes, and now it's multi-tenant. Real helpful, folks, real helpful. Um, let's check sources, samples. So let's delete name of tenancy styles. Maybe there's a tenant ID. Tenant ID. Be great if there were like recipes, right? Uh, Enjoin tenancy projection tests. Sounds like something that we would want, right? So they're setting off their tests, stream per tenant. So they're testing the underlying methods, the underlying pieces, I guess. I don't know. This is probably part of the sample. I don't know. don't know. Serve projection update for tenant, append events. Where are the projections? So these are the tests, projections. What are we testing? Where is it? All right, let's look at the projection. Resources global summary projection. That maybe sounds like something we would need. It was just hidden. All right. Organization ID. So multi-stream projection. How do you get the tenant ID? This can't be that complicated. I don't think you would need a custom projection, right? You're aggregating by stream. There's no documentation. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we're looking for, right? But like, so we do want the multi-stream projection, and we have the created event, and this is what we're doing, right? Oops. So they don't have this create, right? They just go straight up with this thing here. And so this would be, I want this to be the tenant ID though. And I feel like this should be easier. String tenant ID. And I don't want to put that in my event because I feel like it's unnecessary. We already have it. How do we get event metadata? Let's see. How do we do this? Long workflow definition count. Tenant, let's do tenant statistics. Let's do that. String. And all right, and we don't have a tenant ID, so there's probably some way that we can get it. So we want identity, workflow created, then we apply, and this guy is going to be our tenant statistics. And so on creation, where's ID going though? Like, how does it get there? Oh, we have this expression that gets the property. So that's used for the identity for this event. How to identify it for there? I think that's good. It groups it, I guess. And tenant statistics. And then that's right here. So let's look up how to get tenant ID. So we want event metadata. Metadata, metadata. Uh, schema feature extensions. Yeah, no. Multi-tenancy, there's nothing here. That's it. That's what they say. But how do you get at the tenant data? The sample's like, this is not helpful. Don't understand. I swear, like bad documentation is like gatekeeping. It's gotta be. It's my conspiracy theory for the day. All right, so metadata. Metadata. Here we go. Marten metadata. Am I enabling it? Let's go to our program CS. So what's the difference between event metadata and for all documents? Yes. Let's just turn it all on, right? So I want timestamps and I want soft deletes. Oh, why is this hating me? What did I do? What do I do? What did I do to you? Oh, tenant ID version causation correlation created at, right? Because if we look here, did we not have that, right? We have a last modified, we have a version, and that's what we got. So that was our workflow definition and we have a created timestamp. So let's see what all this stuff does. So created at x.metadata dot, I mean, why? Okay, guess you have to type it. What's the problem? X dot, is that not a thing, right? Like, is that invalid? Just gonna do this. Course. Go to definition. Course. Man, I miss Visual Studio. I feel like I'm always fighting this. Why is there space here? Oh, a type and then the property name. All right. Yeah, I am tired. Header. Let's see. I mean, where's the metadata? So rely on the actual values for these fields of the document. Relay the actual values. So session. Oh, you have to inject the session. So you can inject. Right, tracking metadata on documents. Okay, soft deletes. For correlation, causation, and the last modified tracking, an easy way to do this is just implement the marking I tracked. And then there's versioned. Implementing iVersion will automatically opt your documents into optimistic concurrency checking with mapping of the current version to iVersion. Disabling all metadata. All right, so that makes sense. Event metadata. Is that there too? Ops.event.metadata config. Why? Why is this hating me? Is no. Hold on. What happened? Is that why it's hating me? Ops.events dot metadata config dot, and that's not a thing. Something else is wrong. I mean, is that what's doing it for me? No. Uh, Non-nullable 1090 must contain null value. Is that what's doing it for me? 14. Oh, it's the class there. All right, so avoid multiple blank lines. So everything's green. So let's try this again. Metadata dot amazing. Created at document type headers metadata dot create created at. Ha ha ha. Knew you wouldn't like it. Causation correlation. We have headers already. We have created at. We don't need document type. We don't need .NET type. We have headers already. Is soft deleted. Last modified. Enabled. True. I guess that was last modified by. Soft deleted at. Let's see. Soft delete. All right, so let's see. Last modified. You should be using the modified since or modified before. You can ask Marten to create an index on the document's empty last modified metadata calling using either index. What? What? Okay, let's look. Index last modified. So I mean, okay. So they're saying you should be using. Oh wait, should you be using this? You can ask Marten to create an index on the documents last modified. So this is great for sorting. So we don't actually have to do anything. I need to learn how to read. And we can actually just go workflow definition, index last modified, using Marten schema, and soft deletes. So that'll help us there. And how do you metadata index? So headers, empty deleted. So that's soft delete deleted at. So only if the document type is configured as soft deleted. And then versioning. Let's go back to versioning. Where is this though? Okay, here's what they do. So there's an I event. The actual metadata is accepted. So where is this event type? Let's look. Snippet source. So who is using event? So this is internal, not helpful. So what are they saying? They're saying actual metadata is accessible for I event interface event wrappers as shown below, which are implemented by internal event. So this is public. So I wonder if I go like this, what happens? Created. So if I go like this, which one do we think it is? I mean, they could have just implemented like default implementations, right? Oh, I event T. That's what we want. So if the data is here, let's see, event sourcing tests. Let's see, what are they doing? So there's code generation. Oh, oh, I am starting to understand this a little better. So if you wrap it in an I event, the code generation will figure this out. So that's how you access it, I guess. So you don't do that. So you don't do that. So if I were to go back over here, let's leave this metadata as is for right now. So if I go here and I then do will this work? Uh, I think so. And then, so we're saying our tenant ID from the metadata is our identity here. And we're then saying that we want, so we've already done our identity stuff, and we want to apply dot workflow definition count plus plus. We don't actually care about this, right? Is this going to work? Is that all I needed to do is just find this I event thing? Is that all? Set a breakpoint here, and let's set a breakpoint here. And let's then register this guy in our, we got to figure out how to make this modular. All right, so now projections. Where did I see the projections? Oh yeah, here. I mean, it's like there, right? Is that all it takes to break this thing? Language server is kind of weak, right? I don't know. Ops projections dot add tenant statistics projection. Is it lying to me? Like, what's the problem here? Why is this thing? Am I in the right place? Yeah. All right, so projection lifecycle dot async. I mean, why wouldn't it tell me that instead of, okay, that's real weird. Why is it doing this to me? Why do you hate me? All right, so I think that will work. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see. I mean, why is the audio stream bitrate 0? Do I just like not have sound? So Streamlabs desktop really broke this thing, man. I gotta get away from this. So output audio, yeah, it doesn't look like 0 to me. I don't see a 0. Audio, all tracks are 160. Is my thing working? Yeah, my mixer is showing. You know what? I don't have time for that. I don't care. It's working. I'm pretty sure. Stream health is excellent. So I don't know what's happening there, but we will see. All right. So we just got into this projection deal here because this new projection didn't exist. So it's doing what it needs to do. So our tenant ID, oh, I just instantiated it. What happened here? That's a big stack trace if I ever saw one. Could not determine an ID field or property for requested document tenant statistics. Oh, yeah, okay. I was wondering about that, how it went from tenant ID, and I just imagined that since it got the function and it knows the name of the property, but I guess it's just wrapping it, but it can get it. I mean, that's Link does it. Everybody else does it. Anyway, so we're here. What now? Aggregate projection cannot support aggregates that are soft deleted. Why? Why? I wonder why that is. I mean, soft deleted is just a property, right? Like, why is that? Let's see if there's something that says, yeah, yeah. Newest Marten questions. Aggregate projections and soft deletes. I knew this came up on Gitter, but wasn't captured. If a user does an aggregate projection, makes the aggregate type soft delete for some reason, then an aggregate is deleted. Then resuscitate the aggregate. The async daemon and inline projections would never undelete the aggregate document, just a case we don't consider when building everything for V4. It's just not easy, or it is easy, but nasty and inefficient because we don't have any easy way to know what's already deleted. I'm temporarily making this blow up on assertions. I'm putting this back for now. Thought of a way to do this. Custom aggregation recipe, other daemonized optimizations. Closes 21 to 23. So you have to use a custom one here. Update only projections. Means 48 files modified. Where is this? Oh, documents. Okay, so they update docs. That's great. Rebuilding. Where? Right. Find user by all the things. Event sourcing test. Custom aggregation tests. Interesting. You'd think that like you wouldn't need a custom aggregator for this, custom projection for this. Right, so I'll just remove soft delete for now. And then let's go to our terminal. Oh, what is it? Bin. Oh, uh, but I don't know, what did we call this thing? InfinityFlow web hosting API. All right, so we don't want to run it. We want to do projections, interactive, and oh, log level. So with any luck, all right. So let's refresh tenant statistics. And we got a failure. Role of XXX does not exist. Why? Because I'm not in. All right, so why would it not think we are here? So export ASP.NET environment development. Oh, no export. I don't understand. Does it not adhere? Uh, so they have this. I think I saw a way to set the environment. So -E. I don't know why that would be there if you could just set the environment variable. I don't know, so many questions. Um, the iHost is already constructed. Can I not run multiple copies of it? I don't understand. But I'm in here. I don't under app settings.development. Like, hello, I don't understand why I don't understand. Oh, then no, it's there. Clearly there. But it's okay. It's all right. Figure that out later. There's probably something really silly about it going on. Oh, I guess because we are automatically generating the code in development mode. That's why. And it was already there. So tenant statistics all. So let's go look at this now. So we should have a bunch of other stuff now. So here's our tenant statistics and scripts select, no output, no output. Let's see. Are we still going? Well, we also don't get to debug, right? So like that sucks. Um, but if we're here and so if that's happening, uh, yeah, I don't know. All right. So it said it was running, but I don't quite believe it. So let's do this. So that's not here, but it like created it, right? There's our tenant ID, there's our ID. Yeah, there's our stuff, right? And if we go look at our other ones here, our events, we've got no headers because we didn't add any. And this is our progression stuff. So we never, oh, these are our streams and our workflow definitions, but where's our progressions? So it's process tenant statistics. It says, is it just not working? It says that it's done it. Is I just like not running a query? Nope, nope, it's totally there. Let's just do all columns. Did it bring more in? Yeah, and streams. Okay, and then empty events. So they can have an is archived, but not deleted. I don't understand the problem, but so it's done this, right? It's totally done this. And where is it though? So now let's create one. Let's see. Create post. Post is green, right? Yeah. So we created successfully, and this should be 13. Yep. And then our tenant statistics, nothing, nada. So if we're asynchronous, we should be able to set a breakpoint here. But why are we not hitting this? Workflow definition created. How do we not hit this though? So multi-stream projection, but that's our event. We're saying that that identifier, so we're doing that. That's our thing. So if we put a breakpoint here and Let's restart. Why is apply not getting called? Let's see. Let's go look at their example again. Multi. So tying the event to that property. Let's go look at our event metadata again. So this isn't here. Why doesn't this hide? Like, why is, I don't understand. So we have a tenant ID and our workflow definitions, we have a tenant ID, like we have all that stuff. Um, maybe because it needs to, so they just don't use that. Maybe it's because I discarded it. Well, I mean, like, oh, maybe, maybe. Maybe because this doesn't get injected. I mean, how is this supposed to, I don't understand how this is supposed to happen. How do you get the tenant ID? See if ChatGPT knows. Uh, it's promising. Yeah, we did that. And okay, still doesn't show how do I set identity T? Let's see what it says. If you want to use tenant ID as a key part of our projection identity, for example, to create a tenant specific view of the data, you typically do this in the apply method or similar event handling methods rather than directly in the constructor due to the nature of event handling where the context, including tenant ID, becomes available when handling each event, not when initializing the projection object. This is a revised approach on how you might use tenant. And I feel like this isn't. Let's see if we can find this. I mean, so that's real. You know, I feel like it should, let's see. Martin, how to get the tenant ID in a projection. I mean, I feel like this should be easier. All right, I have no idea. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Multi-stream projections, multi-tenanted documents. I mean, this is old documentation. Yeah, I don't. All tenants are stored in the same tables, but use some kind of tenant ID to segregate the data. You could always just do this yourself as long as you remember to always query. No. Uh, tenant ID, identity, projection. So I don't know. I don't quite know. Um, so they have this create, but guess I can do that, right? Where is their event? So this is their view. So they're doing this counter thing, right? So what is my view? Okay, my view projection. So they're doing what we're trying to do here. So projection is defined like this. They have their view. They're encapsulating their logic. It's an async projection. Works fine most of the time, but when events per saved are about 100 to 300, it always properly stores counter values. Issues are happening once 1,000 or more child entities are created, causing 1,000 or more events to be inserted at once. Such cases apply. Create child event is not being invoked, and counters are not incremented. In empty progression, Last sequence ID matches high watermark, no errors were thrown, and the logs event batches were successfully updated. This is exactly what we're seeing. And this is 2 weeks ago. Yeah, here we go. I am seeing similar behavior. I'm seeing the exact same behavior. Funny enough, I'm also trying to count instances of streams. All right. All right. So now we're there. So this is like legit. No, so it's not me. Like this is great. This is good. This is really good that this is happening here. Um, I wish he showed what his event looked like. Like it's in, but it's metadata. Ah, so I wonder if we get rid of this. You know what? So view, I like what he did here, right? But this is okay. Um, so if we do this and let's see, what did ChatGPT say? So I think I should be able, but this has like multiple. So confused. Document operations and read-only streams. Let's see what happens here. I wonder what happens if we do this. Let's do a create. So if you have create tenant statistics, and this is just new tenant statistics, and we're going to do E for event and I event. So hopefully this will generate code for us. And and this is going to be 1. And then if we just did this, we wanted to create, and then if it's an upsert, it's gonna just increment, and we already have it here. So let's see if changing this to inline does it. Let's try inline. Let's restart this guy. All right, it's getting late, and my headset said battery low. So let's give this a whirl. I hope it works. If it's inline, we can report on that issue that it's inline and go from there. All right, so we're here. Does create ever get called? I don't know. So it's inline, so never gets called. Create never happens. Never happens. Let's look at the logs. Debug console. Lots of noise. Oops. create a new one. All right, here we go. Lamar was unable to resolve a variable of type tenant statistics as part of the method tenant for live create. Not able to resolve a type of tenant. Oh, ha ha ha. That's why. All right, let's restart him. So why? Why indeed? Debug console. All right. Now let's try and do this. Let's try and create it again. See what happens. So insert into stream. So created the stream. It never executed this. Let's see. Let's check our data. And so it's not actually happening here. So if we search for statistics, oh wait, I was filtering. Oh no, let's create another one. Oh, let's check our database. What? What is this? Oh, is this, this can't be. Is this it? Is that it? Is that our thing? Tombstone, timestamp infinity. So, okay, so that's Tombstone records. Tenant statistics, nothing, nothing. So tenant statistics have not been getting processed at all. So, uh, yeah, so they tie it to customer ID, but like, how do you tie it to tenant? Does that mean I have to take every, I guess, find some other way to do it, like created by, and group it by that, and then resolve that? Let's see, I aggregate grouper. What if we like to not repeat data, but load it when applying a projection? Of course, we can do additional pre-processing events in grouper. So these are the event types. So the group is session, events, slice. So where the events are that, there's not any filtered, and we select the stream ID where query raw event data only, where you kidding me? I tenant slice group. Summary grouper, so they're grouping by tenant. So they're grouping by tenant. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So this doesn't feel right. Like, I just don't get it. Why? Why? So if that's here, my tenant statistic, so it's failing to run. I mean, that's what's happening here. So workflow definition, so that's hitting it. Let's see what we can accomplish here. No asynchronous projections match. So let's see, log level errors, and what is this going to do for us? So it says it's running it. All right, so that's running the inline projections. So we're not seeing any logs. It just says it's going. Oh, projections. Is that only for inline? Like, how do you rebuild? Help. Trigger rebuild. Okay, let's do R. Rebuild. All right, so I mean, it said 100 rebuild complete. So what does that mean? So we're at the high water mark. Tenant statistics, nada, nothing. Nothing in the logs. Nothing in the logs. Nothing in the logs. And it just bumped it anyway. It's not giving me confidence in this thing. Not giving me confidence. It's a shame. It really is a shame. Uh, so if I'm like, I don't get it. Don't get it. Where is the error, right? Where is the error? Was I able to inject anything here in the workflow definition? Like, is it because of this identity thing? Are we not getting the correct injections? I I'm just not understanding this at all. Um, Maybe this is a debugger problem. Let's just make this twice so I could just make sure the breakpoint works. Like, why is this not doing this? So if I'm just doing this, I can just actually revert this and move to type, rename file, generate constructor. Yeah, thanks. No, not helpful. Um, and let's just do this. So let's try removing this. Event and let's just do, see if we can get something else going on here. Um, let's just do it by name. Let's just see if we can get something going on. And then e.tenantID and workflow, and this is just going to be 1. And init only property or indexer. Oh, that's why, because you got to do with current, or I like view, with view, and we'll just do workflow definition count. Is that the name of it? Workflow definition count. So I don't think it's that. And what is the syntax here? Oh, I mean, what is this? What do these examples say? Gosh, I am stuck in Go world. Where's with current with? Oh, I had it backwards. View with and yeah, it's equal sign, and then this guy gets this right in the statement. Oh, okay, and then nope. Categorized is the event. So what is he complaining about now? Oh, no semicolon. But then view with, oh, there's a lambda. No, I got my lambda. Um, why can't we do this? Only await and new objects can be used as a statement. So category is here. Huh, the void. The void is, I wonder if it's the void. None of these show. I wonder if that's it. I wonder. Need a new chair. If anybody ever sees this, um, please in the comments suggest a chair. let's see. Let's see what we get. Is that the problem? Please be the problem. Oh, that was the problem. Holy hell. Oh shit. That's great. So do we think we're gonna get in here? So our view should be one in here. So we would count twice. So you don't actually need the create. Let's stop this before we get anywhere. Time to update the issue. For me, I found a fix. You should remove the void return type and return your model. All right. What I yeah, I don't know, man. All right, so we're actually just gonna take this and we're gonna do I event, and this is gonna be tenant ID, and let's try this. All right, so it executed something. Oh, because it was the outbox, right? So if we go to events progression, tenant statistics did not run, probably because it's inline. I don't know. So that didn't run. Let's create a new one. Let's see what happens. So this guy never finished. Oh, because I was in a breakpoint. And workflow definition, post, try, execute. What happened? Workflow definition all, sequence updated and queued. So if you don't have the create, now is it the not having the create or is it the identity problem? Um, so if we are in the create, like what is so much magic? Let's see what this says. Let's see what we can find out here. Um, so we have nothing here. We have, it's not being executed. I wonder if it's because it does not know how to read that. So identity doesn't work. Wonder if you can injected into the constructor. Uh, let's see. Yeah, we're in the same place. Right, let's see. Do we think this will work? But like, where is the output, right? Tenant, tenant statistics. So it doesn't even try. That's really messed up. Doesn't even try. So I'm pretty sure we need the create. And so if this is the one we need, how do we do this? Will that work? There's no way. No way that works. I mean, I feel like there should be a better way to do this. So when this happens, so do you need an identity? These events may come from streams of different types. Marten won't be able to use. So apparently you don't need the create because they don't have a create here. So I guess that's okay. And we can just use the convention, right? Because we'll always have the tenant ID. And if we remove this, let's try this. Let's try this, and hopefully I'll figure it out with upsert. Has no identity rules defined or register lookup grouping rules, and does not know how to identify event membership in the aggregated document tenant statistics. So that's needed. But if we I mean, let's just do that for now. while that's happening, I'm going to go to the Marten Discord and ask Marten. Wait, do I have tenant ID like enabled? All right, so oh, so a static create method that returns the event type or tenant statistics should have a public no argument constructor or a constructor function that takes this. All right, let's try this again. Public string get set, and then public get set. Why does this hate me now? Oh, info string dot empty. So I wonder if this is the same thing. All right, so you know what? I'm gonna check in Discord. No way. I mean, I'm not the first person to do this. It's like last week. All right. So this dude sent in a PR. Let's see, Martin. Yeah, no, what I'm trying to do is not valid apparently. Uh, issue facing with implemented directly overloads is that if I just match on iEvent, tEvent, TID, it breaks anyone using entity event as that is now ambiguous. It are, oh, I'm tired. All right, custom grouper. Of course, this is what we need to do. So if we are, okay, so let's see how we do this then. And so they're doing a create, and that create does not do the count. That create does not do the count, and you have to do the custom grouper. All right, so let's try this. So if we were to do this, so this is always going to be 0. When we get this guy going, over here. So we've got to do this custom grouper, custom, this is tenant, tenant, tenant grouper. And we're going to group by string, and we're going to bring in this I query session, and we're going to do our workflow definition created. We're going to do x dot, oh, I need this. Please have tenant ID, please have tenant ID, please. Yes. And events, and then we don't need this. And we're going to return task completed. Okay, good. Add events with metadata grouping. Then we're going to go into here. So we're just going to copy these real quick. Well, I have the apply. So this one. So we can't have that. And we're going to do CTOR. Oh, I guess I can maybe. Parameter ID is unread. Did you forget to use Can I just do this? Yes, yes I can. And then I have ID going in there. So I need to do my custom grouping. And we're still going to be in multi-stream projection. So that's cool. And then so this is correct. And so here, I'm going to just take this and custom grouping. Use expression body for constructor. And we're going to use our tenant grouper. I keep wanting to think like the grouper is a fish, right? Like the grouper. And let's try this. Let's also make this async. All right. Yeah. So let's run this and let's see if this works. So I wonder what's happening right now. Oh, snap. It's like fixing stuff, I guess. So we have our tenant ID and we don't need to set this, right? We don't need to set that. So let's restart. So now let's run this guy. Let's rebuild everybody. We won't be getting breakpoints there, but now let's see, do we have it? So everybody's up to date. Yes, yes. Oh man, this is great. All right, so if why is there only one? Why is there only one? Why is there only one? Didn't I just rebuild? Now let's try this. Let's make another one. All right, so let's put this over here. And so that's our event. We don't need our event. We have our view. We're gonna create. We have our custom grouper. Add events with metadata. All right. So I guess this does like some sort of a filter. So if I were to then go Swagger UI, let's put this guy over here like this. Let's make him. Let's see what happens. So we come in here, we have our tenant ID, then we're going to apply. So our view count is 0. We're gonna hit it there. But why is our view count 0 if we've already done this? So it doesn't actually count. I mean, yeah, okay, no. It's workflow definition, async projection, received a shard name, tenant statistics, all sequence 23 updated. Uh, execute updates for event range 22 to 23. So if I come over here, why did my debugger stop? What happened? What happened? Let's run it again. So my expectation is we're creating it, but like we have our grouper. So is this just to instantiate it? So here's our grouper. So our events that we have one event and we have our tenant ID. All right. And then we're grouping by tenant ID. Grouping by tenant ID. Then we're over here. So how many different events do I have here? Like, why is this being called twice? Oh, this is the invocation. Okay. So this is the actual invocation of it. So we've got our tenant. So we just called it and our work view count is 0. We're returning this and we've exited out. So we are at 1. Let's create another one. It's our invocation. We're creating one. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, ha 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 ha. Ha. How did they do it? So if you have just applies, so you just have an apply, and you have your thing named ID. So when you're applying, it's gonna pass your ID because you have a single value identity. That's why. I think that's why. So if we were to take this and let's see if we could just do that, right? Will that work? Let's see. once I get, oh shit, it's 3 o'clock. I gotta go to sleep. All right, so we know the grouping works. So we're coming in here, we have a view. Hey, it works. It works. It works. It works. It works. I mean, it's got this little progress bar thing going on here. So I don't know what's happening. No idea what's happening. I wish I knew. Wish I knew what was happening. Uh, where is it? Where is it? No, it didn't work. I mean, I thought it was going to work. I really did think it was going to work. So let's try this again. So I guess that meant that we had multiple things processing. And it's not just triggering in the server, it's actually creating them where it is. Is that like what's happening here? So did that work? No. Why didn't that work? Did my thing like just freak out because of that whole, there's multiple things happening? Should I be using the hot cold mode? Don't know why it's called hot cold. Why did they just call it like cluster? I don't understand. So let's set a breakpoint in workflow and apply. And uh, did I see that you can't use custom groupers inline? Oh, what's this? Projection should have a static create method that returns the event type. So the projection for this should have, or tenant statistics should have either a public or no argument constructor. All right, public string ID. Let's try this. Maybe, maybe. All right, so it finally picked them up. So our view, our ID is null because that's the default. So I guess it's my responsibility to do this. Guess it's my response. All right, I guess I'm restarting. All right, I think this is gonna work. I'm pretty sure. I can feel it as I hit something else that's under documented, and Yeah, 27, 22. All right, so let's do this again. Why is this just sitting there? Why is it sitting there? 22. Where's our progression? So it did complete, but this API didn't didn't work. I don't understand. All right, so we're here, and this worked eventually. All right, now that worked. So let's let's try and rebuild all the projections. Cool. So we only have 37. So 41 minus 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, there we go. So it works. Yes, like and subscribe, like and subscribe, like and subscribe. There's yeah, there's like some widget or something. I don't know how to like trigger them. I have no idea what I'm doing here. But let's see. So if I go to my alert box, so these are all tests, but like how do I don't even know, man. Like what do they call it? No. So it's a widget, all widgets. But like where are the widgets that I have, right? So I have a widget, but how do I trigger it? I don't even know. It's supposed to happen like every so often. This it's one that shows like Discord or something, and it's supposed to be tied to a timer. Every 15 minutes, it's supposed to show for 10 seconds. For 10 seconds, every 15 minutes. And it's supposed to look like a rubber band. Source, yeah, I don't know, man. Every single time I try and do something here, it just never works. Never works. I just don't understand. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. Um, anyway, yeah, so this is working just in time to go to sleep. So I'm gonna actually, so what we implemented, let's just recap. We talked about how we built a time machine for event sourcing, right? This orange rectangle, vertical rectangle, is our time machine. And this line is our timeline. And this is me saying that this is everything that happened in 2024, month 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we're in the present is 2026. So we're here and we need to basically figure out what's going on. And so we're going to travel back in time, one event at a time, one change, one mutation of the state. And we're going to say, okay, here's the state of the world at this point in time. So this event happened at a certain point in time, and we can filter all of our queries to show the state of the system at that point in time. And that's why we're doing this, right? That's why I struggled for 5 hours trying to add two numbers together. And yeah, we're here. So that's my time machine. Hope you enjoyed it. And we then we updated PG admin, which took 10 minutes. Then we also, we figured out how to write a custom grouping by tenant. And I feel like this should be like a normal thing where you should just be able to group by metadata, but you can't. So that's just weird. But anyway, so this works, right? We are actually counting these things. Now let's see if we can do a stretch goal in the next 5 minutes. Let's see if we can do this. So let's close this. And now how do we, and now I'm curious, how do we take our projection and add and make it a table, right? So we have these flat table projections. Is that the one? Custom projections, inline projections, rebuilding. Is that the flat table one? Yes, maybe. So an event projection. Yeah, there's no way I could do this in 5 minutes. Like, there's literally no way. Um, yeah, there's no way. Ain't happening. I love it. After all that, you have to write your own SQL. After all of this, like magic, like this is the one thing that they don't have. Whereas you can a for an entity, you can actually make it have, yeah, part 7, table projections. That's right. Uh, read models. So we actually just built a read model. Um, this is our read model right here. Right? We did this tenant statistics read model, and this is it. This is our read model. So we counted the number of workflow definitions and and grouped it by tenant ID. So that's what we did here. That's what we did today. And here's all of our streams, or rather, here's all of our events. So we have 41 minus a update statement, right? Workflow definition updated type event. And so that's 40. And then we have tombstones. So 40 minus 3 is 37, I think. And so that accounts for everything, right? So we've done this. We're good. Now, I wonder if these attributes that work for here, let's try this. Instead of you doing the table one, like that's just a flat table. I wonder if we can use the same attributes in, let's see, concepts. It's like in entities. Where is it? Entities, aggregates, events, and repositories. So there's a way where we can create, like index a column or something. Indexing, dynamic data, sequences for unique identifiers, command handler workflows for capturing events, copy and transform a stream. Where is it? Schema, database management, schema migrations, multi-tenancy, archive streams, query events, appending, storage, event versioning. Wait, what's the difference between, do they really use the same document twice? All right. So I think it was in storage, maybe? No, metadata. Let's see. Indexing under construction. Yeah. Indexing documents, I guess. I mean, I could have sworn there was a way to bring it into its own column with an attribute, right? By default, duplicate column is created with null constraint. Event store flat projection. Add new not required columns. Event store schema objects. I think this is the one. No. Gosh, why can't I ever find anything here? Like, I feel like, I don't know. I'm just complaining about nothing right now because I'm tired. So there should be a way where indexing duplicate fields, foreign keys, indexes, metadata. So I want to say that there's a way, because I've done it. I remember doing it a few months ago. Pretty duplicated fields. Yes. Yep, this is it. So duplicate field, PG type text. So let's try this attribute here. Let's try this. Let's stop this and let's see if it will actually do these. So let's see if we can do this and what's the Postgres type for long? Is it long? Let's ask our colleague in the next cube over. What is the Postgres data type that corresponds to C sharp's long? Big int. Same range of values. All right, yeah, thanks for telling me that. Is that right? Postgres SQL, big int. So range of negative. I hate Geeks for Geeks. It's like the worst site. It's like that web uh, W3C or I don't remember the one, numeric types. Big int, large range integers, 8 bytes. 8 times 4 is, I can't count. Yeah, is that the one? Is this like 808? Yeah, that's the one. It matches. Look at that. Same range. Big int. Yeah, big int. And so we're going to do big int. All right. Now let's try it. Let's try it. Do we think it's going to work? It should actually just take that value and put it into the column. And while that's building, I'm now curious. Indexes. Let's see. Did it create an index on tenant ID? It did, but not on the ID. Yeah. I Yeah, it's actually going to do reads on that. Actually, I wonder if I can map ID to tenant ID column and have it just reuse the same thing over here. Like I wonder. So let's see. Will this work? Will it blend? Let's see. Execute. So it went up to 38. Did it extract the column? Do we think that works? Did it work? Yeah, look at that. So that was actually pretty cool. So it extracted it there and it just duplicated and added an index. I didn't exactly need an index on there, but I'm sure there's a way. I mean, I hope there's a way, right? Uh, So I'm surprised that actually worked the first shot here. And let's see, where did the doc go? So we have calculated indexes. So these are for indexes, but how do you add a column? Document type, multi-tenanted documents, document type hierarchy, baseline data, optimistic concurrency, full text, PLv8 support, ASP.NET Core support. They just add this? Oh wow, that's actually kind of cool. So you can do a get. So I should be able to access the projection this way because really the projection is just another entity without events, right? I guess that's what the tombstone is for. I don't know. But session.json.write by ID HTTP context. Yeah, that's the other thing that's weird about Marten and friends. Like they write directly, like they totally just skip ASP.NET and they write directly to the response and read directly from the request. And I'm just like, what? Why would you do that? Like, why would you skip this entire pipeline that like some of the world's best engineers like spent like their whole lives optimizing? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I should have a podcast, right? Where I just complain about things. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna remove that. Do you think it removes the column? Do we think it removes the column? And I wonder, let's see if we can map. Let's see if we can map. Let's see if that works. So column mapping, simple schema mapping. Um, can we do this? Not required, new required, renamed property, property map. Setting a single property field, initializing, duplicating an existing, rename a property, delete a property, database schema name. There's got to be a way. I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it. So storing documents, our metadata, querying last modified, no, document identity, identity key, string identity, custom identity, column, naming, sorts all, Postgres schema. Yeah, let's see. Duplicated fields for faster querying, metadata indexes, foreign keys. It's just the naming conventions. Nope. I'll never find it. I will never ever find it. Feature extensions. Nope. Dynamic data? Nope. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. But there was a way to do it. Was a way to do it, and I don't remember where it is because this documentation is like all weirdly structured. Like this isn't like information architecture stuff, right? Another thing, information architecture. Oh, there's like a way to do this stuff so like humans can consume it properly. Um, Custom projections. No, where is it? Where is it? You know what? Let's see. Column map. So statement map, that's for the flattened thing. Metadata, mapping a document member to a metadata column will implicitly enable metadata. No. All right. Anyway, that's tomorrow's problem. I tried. At least we got it to go to the external column. And did it drop it? Let's see. Did it drop it? It did not. It did not drop. Oh, I think we have to run it. Let's create one real quick. Post is green. Try it out. Create one. And did it do it? Oh, maybe it's only additive and update it. Maybe it doesn't delete. Yeah, no, I don't know. All right, that was fun. 6 hours of my life to count to 39. Have a good day, everybody.